Steph, how are you? Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Good morning, Big Daddy V. Good to see you this morning. I am trying a little bit of a different setup today. We'll see if I like it. Maybe not. But we'll just give it a whirl and go from there, right? Yeah, well, a little bit. I'm normally 10 o'clock. I was shooting for 9:30 and then got on the phone with my oldest baby, and yeah, we got 9:50 instead, we got 9:50 instead. So it's all right. Good morning, Butter's House. Good morning, Penny GF. Good morning to the folks that are on Twitch, Substack, YouTube, and Facebook. Good morning, Nono. Good morning, Mel Gray. Good morning, Carmen. Good morning, David. Good to see you guys. Yeah, we're definitely going to have a great week. Good morning, Witch and Sue and Ahmed, Dorari, Salam, Abdul, Deborah, Brando, Jennifer. It's going very fast, so I'm trying to get everybody as they get in here. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Farah. Good morning, Candy. Look, guys, I found my ring. I'm excited about that. Good morning, B Action. I still have to locate my necklace. But at least I found the ring, right? So excited about that. Yeah, folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, you have to say hi in the chat, or I will not know that you are watching. If you are watching me on Substack, I am sorry to say that I will not be able to see your comments because Restream and Substack don't talk to each other in the comments. I'm sad, but I'm very happy that you're here. So glad to see everybody. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Brandy. I think I said hi to Sandy already. Lavonda, good to see you. Hey, hello, Aline. So I have a few things that I'm ready to talk about. Did you all notice what's not on my list today? Did anybody notice? Good morning, Ella. Did anybody see right here what's not on my list to talk about today? Thank you, Christine. Guess what I'm not going to be talking about today? Right, Warner, that shit. I am not. I refuse. It is just one of those things that everybody is talking about, and I'm just not. I'm just not. I refuse. And the reason why I refuse is, number one, we are not going to know too much of anything because there's going to be a court case, right? So that means Buenos Dias triplet. We're not going to get a lot of information. Period. It's just not going to happen. And all that people are doing right now is speculating. That's all people are doing is speculating. The only facts that we know for sure is that Cole Allen Thomas is the guy that was there. We know that some sort of email of some kind was written. We know that security wasn't the same level that it normally is, right? And that's about it. That's all we know. That's legitimately all that we know. And so I refuse to sit around and blah, 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 blah about it because that's what they want you to do, right? That's what they desire to have happen. And so I'm just not willing to do that. There are really important things that I want to talk about this morning. And they are some important information regarding farmers. I don't know if you guys have seen anything coming from farmers over the weekend, but it's really important that we talk about that. Specifically, I want to talk about something that came up surrounding DEI that we are now seeing the impact of. Good morning, Cheryl. And then I want to talk about a court case that is happening today. Actually, two court cases that are happening that are really important. Oh, thanks, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Yeah. So listen, I saw this t-shirt this morning and I was like, oh, that's a really cute color. I think I'll wear it. It's Dominic's. It's Dominic's. I'm wearing my grandson's t-shirt this morning. Because I was like, I really like that color. It's probably why I got it for him. So I think I'll just throw it on today. And so it's going to be really, it's okay. Yeah. So that's what's going down. All right. So, yeah, it is a nice color, right? I'm pretty excited because there are new graphics that I am uploading today. One graphic for every state. It's like a plumish, maroonish color. TikTok is always darker than I guess it's the cameras that are different. But yeah, it's actually darker than what it looks like on here. So Twitch, Substack, YouTube, and Facebook, everything that you see over here is actually lighter than it is in real life. Yeah, because everything that's on TikTok is about the right shade. So it's that, right? Yeah, I was like, oh, look, I'll even put on, yeah, like an eggplant, Celia. And I was like, you know what? I can even wear my lipstick today, which I don't usually do, and probably will get wiped off halfway through this, but it's okay, right? Okay, so we do have, oh, and let me just tell y'all this. I'm trying to stay on my game today. I'm really trying to stay on my game today. So I am already, hey Noor, I'm already downloading the live from yesterday. Hey Sean, good morning. If you know anything about these lives, when you go to download them, TikTok has to like prep them for download. And so that takes like 30 minutes and then it will finally download and then you can do what, you know what I mean? Like it's just a lot. But I'm downloading the one from yesterday because yesterday was really, really good. And I am so grateful to James for hanging on the panel and being transparent and being open to that conversation. And so I think it's worth a download and a clip and a post and all that sort of thing. There are several others that I meant to download and I don't remember what they were. If any of you all remember specific days where we had really good lives and it would be great, it would be worth me clipping those lives and or downloading them and all of that, feel free to join in and let me know. Let me go ahead and say this. If you are joining me for the first time, I want to share with you kind of how I do things in this room. Okay. Yeah, no, not all of them, Sandy. I want to share with you how I do things in this room. Hey, Conchita. And that way you'll know, right? Because sometimes on TikTok, there's lots of different rooms. People have different styles and things like that. So when people are new to me, I like to share with you how I do things, right? Yes, Terry, you can rewatch on YouTube. And so, but I'm also clipping it. So yeah. Good morning, Pet. Hey, Amy. Hey, Red Hot. So listen, first, I only ask for 4 things in this space. Okay. One is that everybody be respectful. We can have differences of opinions. We can have different ideology. We can have different thoughts and all of that. We can't really have different facts, but we can discuss them as long as you are respectful. Number 2, don't use slurs of any kind. And I don't care which side of any aisle you are on. No slurs of any kind. Number 3, don't spam my comments because it's not helpful for conversation and it's bad for the algorithm. And then 4, do not type in all caps. And that seems like really like minute and silly. But the reason why is because all caps are reserved for my moderators and I have subscribers and followers that are vision impaired. So just be respectful of people with vision disabilities. Okay. And that's it. And then we're going to get along just fine. And we're going to be able to have a really important conversation. Good morning, Bowie Leg. Good morning, Helen Wills. All right, so I want to talk about something that I heard this morning while I was driving. And what's up, Spicy Rick from Bristol, Virginia? So I want to talk about something that is yes, 100%. Teachers do rock. So I want to talk about farmers because we know that farmers have had a rough go of things since these tariffs were implemented. Right. I don't think that that's new to anyone. We have seen a lot of farmers talk about the impact that tariffs have had on their livelihood, right, and their harvest and their ability to produce. But in addition to that, what we've also seen on top of the tariffs are the impact of this war on Iran. And good morning, Veronica. And so that is something that NPR was talking to some farmers about the impact. And so they are paying about 60% more for their diesel today than they were 45 days ago. And I don't know if you all can imagine if all of your bills or if your main bill went up 65%, right? to go up 60% is an astronomical number, especially when you start to think about the amount of diesel that it takes to run the equipment on the farms, right? So they were talking about that this morning and the impact that it is having on their livelihood and their ability to run their farms. And there are some farmers that are saying they're not sure they're going to be able to stay in business if this continues at this rate. Good morning, Slacky. That they just don't know that if they're going to be able to do that. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Right. And then another farmer that they spoke to talked about something else that I thought was that I hadn't thought about. I hadn't thought about this. So the next farmer that they spoke with, thanks, Jamie, the next farmer that they spoke with was a Black farmer. And listen to this. The Black farmer was talking about how not only have the tariffs been horrendous on him, and now the cost of his fuel, his diesel fuel being up 60% and fertilizer having increased, but he said that there were government programs that were cut because of DEI that were meant to bolster minority farms throughout the country. And now those programs are not available to give them grants and to give them funding and to do things like that, right? Where they used to be able to have those programs that were available to help Black farmers and smaller farmers and things and women-owned farms. But because of DEI, minority farmers are having an even rougher time than the more established, larger farm organizations that are available. And I had not, I mean, I think I knew, but hadn't connected that dot. Hey, Day Nice. Is there anybody else that hadn't really thought about that piece of it? Because I had not, right? Good morning, Stephanie. And so good morning, Macaroni and Sue. You know, like I knew about it, right? But thinking about like the actual connection of those things was like, oh shit. Like, holy crap, right? And so I think about this is another example, and there are a ton of examples of why attacking DEI is bad for this country. And so, yeah, right. Right. I know Deuce is Wild, but I think it's like when you hear it playing out in real time, right? About how it's impacting people and how it's impacting women-owned farms and Black-owned farms and things like that. And if you saw, there's a clip that's going around from Congress where one of our members of Congress is talking to they're out there weed eating the grass. Exactly, Veronica, exactly. And so one of our representatives, 100% Cheryl, 100%. And so I'm going to kind of go into all of that, right? So if you've seen this clip, there's a clip that's going around. You know that RFK Jr. was sitting before Congress, I believe it was last week, right? And one of our members of Congress was addressing RFK Jr. and she asked this question, which is super important. And she said, so let me ask you this question, Mr. Secretary. If there is an issue, like we know that there is, concerning Black women and Black mothers in terms of Black maternal mortality, how can we address that specific issue if we are not allowed to have research and funding and discussions that talk about, that was Representative Summerly, right, that talk about Black women? Like your targeting of DEI says that we cannot talk about a specific demographic of people, right? So how can we address and solve the issue of Black maternal mortality if we can't say the word Black? Right? And it's wild that people don't think about that. And we can take it even further, right? Good morning, Miguel. Right? Yeah, his response was absolutely stupid as hell. Mooch, you must not be working either, my love. You're here with me. You must not have a job, Mooch. You're on TikTok. What are you doing? So what he said was that DEI was dividing, and it was divisive, and it was promoting division. And the reality is that it's not, right? So to understand diversity is to strengthen and empower your community. So I'm going to say that again. To understand diversity and the benefits of it is to strengthen and move your community forward. Right? If you don't understand that, let me close my windows. It's been beautiful weather, so I raised my windows and I slept with the windows open last night, but that's really loud. So let me close my windows. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. As soon as that joker moves from right below my balcony, I'm going to open the windows back up because it's like overcast but warm. It's the perfect time to have your windows open and have some fresh air come in. Right. Good morning, Lori. And so this is one of the things that I don't think that people understand what DEI means. Good morning, Stacy. And if you are someone that doesn't like DEI, then let's have a conversation about it. If you are someone that believes that DEI is something that is negative, if you believe that DEI somehow lowers standards, then let's talk about it. So consider this your official invitation to join a panel with me, and then we can talk about it. Like 100%, you are welcome to join the panel, and we'll have a respectful discussion about it. And what I can show you hand over fist is statistic after statistic that shows us that diversified companies, diversified organizations, diversified teams, they actually outperform those teams where everyone is exactly the same. They make more money, they get more accomplished, they do more. And that's what we've learned throughout history, right? So if you are attacking, well, Tarantula, come on up and let's talk about it. Come on, you're welcome. I just sent you an invitation. Join the panel and let's talk about it. If you think that I'm incorrect, come up here to this panel and you share me your information and I'll share mine. Love that. Perfect. All right. Good morning, Tarantula. Right. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. So what is it?
I'm going to ask you this question.
Well, hold on.
No.
Tarantula, hold on. Listen, I need to level set the room first. Hold on one second. We do things here very respectfully. Okay? We do things here very respectfully. Take a deep breath. It's going to be fine. We're not arguing or screaming. Okay? Just hold on a second. Jesus. Okay. So you can unmute now. Okay,
Excuse
great.
Me, you're going to
so
belittle me right from the beginning?
I didn't belittle you. I literally said you are screaming.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So stop screaming. Stop screaming.
I'm not screaming. I'm talking to you, and you're trying to talk over me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, ma'am.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I literally said.
You said DEI. You said DEI was not going to lower standards. That's literally what it does. It's literally, if you have to get like 90% on a test to pass it, and then but if you're black or brown, you only have to get 80%. What does that tell you?
That's not DEI.
That's literally what happens, ma'am.
No, it's not.
It's literally what happens.
Give me source. I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely do that.
Do what?
So
show me
I am.
No, you're just telling me. You're just telling me.
If you'll shut up, I'll show you.
You asked me a question.
No, I didn't.
Now you're going to disrespect me.
I asked you. Well, because you won't hush. You won't hush. That's the problem. Okay, so now all you have to do is look up the information. So watch this. Does DEI require lower standards for Black people? And you're going to find the answer is no on testing, because that's the exact example that you gave. So, and I can give you several sources. Okay, so let me just show you where we're going. I'm going to take this down real quick, and I'm actually going to, there we go. All right, so here we go. So even if you look at, I almost dropped my phone. Okay, so Tarantula, see, you can just look at the AI overview first, right? But then you can actually go to any standards. It doesn't. DEI has nothing to do with testing requirements at all. It doesn't have anything to do with testing requirements. It doesn't. And so that's one of the first things that you want to understand, is that it doesn't have anything to do with testing at all. Okay. So that's number one. Okay. Number two, DEI stands for, and it's actually DEIA, if I include all of it, which I should have, my bad. But
ma'am, you're literally cherry picking these questions.
It was your question.
You oh, for fuck's sakes! You said, does it lower the standards?
No, I didn't.
It's absolutely.
You said
yes,
that.
You did. You
No,
said that.
No, I
you
didn't.
Said that it didn't do that.
No,
and
I didn't.
I said it does.
Okay, so let me be clear.
Yes, you did.
So let me be
yes,
clear. Tarantula, you're going to stop screaming. And you're going to stop talking over me. You're going to stop talking over me. You're going to stop talking over me. The only thing that I ask for in this space is for people to be respectful. And you're not being that. So yeah, he left. I'm fine with that. So yeah, Tammy, he is. Hey, Peggy. Good morning, Jody. So let me just be clear, folks. And while I do that, I'm actually going to fix my little thing, because this is my bad and I needed to put DEIA. All right. So listen, folks, DEIA doesn't have anything to do with testing. Good morning, Shantae. It doesn't have anything to do with testing. You will not find any testing anywhere. See you later, Cheryl. That says if you are of a particular racial group, you have a lower score. Like, that's just not a thing, right? And so if you are someone that believes that, my first question to you is, show me a source that shows you that that's what happens. Because I can show you source after source after source that says that's not the case. That's not what happens. So if you believe that that is the case, then give me an example of that actually happening in real life, in real time. You won't find it. You won't find it in your school systems. You will not find it in your jobs. You will not find it anywhere. There is nowhere that says if you are of a different race, then you get to make lower scores. Give me 1 second, because here comes the graphic coming over. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So the first thing that's really important for people to understand is, what is DEI? What does it mean? What does it stand for? Why do we have it? Okay. And DEI is simply diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like, that's literally all it is. And the A is, can you guys hear me now? You should be able to hear me now. Yeah. It's just because I went and changed out the graphic. Yeah. Good morning, Marilyn. Okay, so perfect. All right. So when we talk about DEIA, the D stands for diversity. The I stands for inclusion. The E stands for equality, right? And the A stands for access, accessibility, right? Good morning, JT. And so this is, yeah, and the A does affect you if you are a blind white man. Absolutely, the A is for you, 100%. So diversity, equality, it should be equity, but I don't know if it's equity or equality. I think it's equity, diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. Because we can also talk about this too, because this is a great thing to talk about. Equality and equity are different things. Good morning, Georgia. And we can talk about equity as well as equality. Okay. We can talk about both of those things. He ran. I didn't drop anybody. I didn't drop anybody. He left on his own. I did not drop him. Yeah. So diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility are incredibly important. Okay. And so, well, I don't know that we've had either. To the person who says we've had equality, I don't know that that's the case either. And we damn sure haven't had equity. But I don't believe that we've had equality, not for women, not for Black and brown people, not for disabled people. We haven't had equality. And so we damn sure haven't had access. Okay. So we damn sure haven't had equity. Okay. So let's talk about this. You can't see the graphic on Facebook. I don't know why. You should be able to see the graphic on Facebook. You should. All right. So let's talk about it. So, Terminal, I don't think you have an understanding of when we talk about equality and what that means. Right? So, what do you mean, Carol? This graphic is what they're referring to. Okay. So, Terminal, we're not talking about can someone apply to a particular job. Okay. What we are talking about is having equal opportunities and equal available for everyone. And I'm going to give you an example. Okay. So when we talk about, let me give you an example. How many jobs are available for people with disabilities compared to jobs that are available for people with disabilities? Right? So obviously, when we talk about, good morning, James, we can even talk about housing that's available. What are the number of houses and units that are available for people with disabilities compared to those that are without disabilities, right? Disabled individuals do not have equal opportunities at housing as able-bodied people do. There is a huge line of people that don't have access. There's a long line for people with with disabilities for housing across the country. So when we talk about equality and you think, oh, well, there's a job and everybody can apply, but that's not what equality means. Right? And so it's important for us to talk about those things. Now, equality is different than equity. Okay? Right, James. It can take years for people with disabilities to get jobs. Source. Oh, I got you, Chris. Happy to provide that for you. So one of my friends runs an incredible organization that's specific. It's called the Disabled South. And this is one of the areas that they really focus on. But you can look at a couple of them. Let me give you, do I want to go with, I'll just pick one state to just give you an idea of what it looks like. So housing wait lists for people with disabilities can range from 1 to 5 years. And although some public housing agencies have priority access, and it just depends across the country. Okay. So You can go to disability rights for North Carolina. You can go to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban. That's HUD, right? And then there are targeting programs. North Carolina is one of those states that does have targeting programs, but not all states do, right? And so let me see. Give me one that just gives you like an overview of the whole country, because I don't know where you're located, but I'm happy to do that. Oh, yay. I knew. Holy Jesus. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. So let me show you. I'm going to show you this source so that you can see it. Hello, Burke. Good to see you. So I love KFF Health News. They are a fantastic organization, news organization that focuses on healthcare. And you might say, well, I thought you were talking about housing. I was, but for people with disabilities, that's why the healthcare part comes in together. Okay. Are y'all talking to people that are angry, or are y'all listening to the information that I'm giving you? Which one are y'all doing? Okay. So look. So when we talk about these wait times, right, the number of states that maintain waiting lists or interest for people who would like to receive has fluctuated, right? In most years since 2016, there's been roughly 0.7, which means 750,000 people on waiting lists or interest lists, with a total of over 710,000 people waiting in 2024. Most of the people that are waiting have intellectual or developmental disabilities, and most live in states that do not screen any people for eligibility prior to adding them to wait lists. So that would be my source. That would be my source, right? 710,000 people. And this is the number of states with waiting lists or interest lists for Medicaid housing that has been fairly stable since 2016, which means the same number of people are waiting. So 40 states in 2024 had waiting lists for people with disabilities, whether they are intellectual or physical disabilities. Of course, he could have looked that up, but that would just be being a responsible adult. And why do that, right? Why not? Why be a responsible adult and look up information for myself, right? When I can just get on TikTok and scream, "Where's your source? Where's your source?" Why be a responsible adult when I can do that? It's the wildest shit ever. So it's just hilarious to me, right? So things that people need to understand is that, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. So this is the part that I find frustrating or irritating a little bit, right? Is because you all are grown adults, right? You're grown adults. And so what you should desire, what I would think that you desire, is to be accurate and to be accurately informed and to be well informed, right? So that you know what is best for you and the people in your life, right? Very few of us live a life where no one we know has a disability. Very few people. We know someone that has a physical disability, an intellectual disability. We know someone that is disabled, damn near everyone. And I will make that point by saying this. If you know someone that has a disability, please put a purple heart in the chat. Purple heart if you know someone or you have someone in your family that has a disability. Look at all these yellow hearts over here on TikTok. So just goes to demonstrate my point. And that's why this information is so important. And this is why DEIA is important, because that A is about access and the I is about inclusion, right? So we do things on a regular basis where we don't stop to think about the people that are not included in what we have going on. Yes, Chance, 100%. 100%. Right. And at any point in time, any one of us could become disabled. You know, I had a friend of mine the other day that has a veterans tag, and it has disabled on it. And she parked in a handicapped parking space, and she got out, and there was a cop that actually said to her, "Well, you don't look disabled. You don't need to be parking there." And she said, "Maybe that's the problem. Is most of you all think that you're supposed to be able to see a disability, and you don't know what a disability is." And his whole face changed because she had to check him. Yeah, Blue Honey Pot. Sure. Were you coming up to play some music for us? Right, right, 100%. So I think maybe there was a call that happened. 100% Chance, and that's what somebody else is saying in the comments as well. But before I even get to that part of it, what I'm hopeful in having this conversation is, then why are so many people outraged and against DEIA? I would say it's because of inaccurate information, right? The level of, so listen, we have an administration, right, that for years upon years now has been putting out inaccurate information when it comes to disabilities, right? Good morning, Nance. And so I just want to be clear so that everyone understands this. The rhetoric around DEIA and the rhetoric around immigration is just simply the Southern strategy in 2026, that is covert racism. It's a dog whistle for racism. And if you argue, if you think that that's not true, I invite you to have a conversation with me, right? But it is, and we can talk about it. So, Blue Honey Pot, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, with the disability part of it, there's a great documentary called Crip Camp.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Obama made it.
Okay.
And it will tell you and show what disabled people had to go through in the 70s and 80s, maybe even late 60s, to try to even get the ramps for sidewalks. They literally took over a public building in California and wouldn't leave. They couldn't get them out. They wouldn't leave until they got these demands met. So if anybody had questions or wanted to learn the history on the disabled part of it, just go watch this documentary. Yep. It's called Crip Camp, and it's so disheartening to say that we're the greatest country in the world and then watch how we treat the least of us and what these disabled people came together as a group and fought for. So when we all talk about how much we respect you and what you've done, you have that passion and you're building a group to do the same thing. Guys, we can do it together. Mm-hmm. They did it in wheelchairs, blind, can't walk, can't talk. If they can fight to get what they need, then we can fight for them and everyone else. That's all I wanted to say. But if you want the history, it's a great documentary.
Yeah, so it is called Crip Camp, A Disability Revolution, and it's available on Netflix. Appreciate it. Thank you, Blue Honey Pot. So, and I want to point out something, because as you all know, yeah, thanks, Chance. I appreciate that. You've seen it. No, Tracy, that's going to be totally false. She's not going to do that. She has zero desire to do that. So let me say this. So y'all know that we focus on verbiage and how we say things, and it's always good to be mindful of something extra that we say that maybe we're not aware of, right? So I'm going to offer this. So Blue Nevada, We do this, and I think those of us that were raised in the church do this a lot. So did you all catch, good morning, Red Pen. Did you all catch that when Blue Honey Pot was talking about, she said how we treat the least of us? Why do we say that they're the least of us when a lot of times they're the best of us? Why do they say that why do we say that? They're not the least of us. They're equal to us. But do you notice how that verbiage, because we've grown up with it, we've been taught that. We've been taught to say the least of us. How many pastors, how many preachers do you hear talking about people that are homeless, and talking about people that have disabilities, and talk about people that are poor, and talk about people that, right, and or that have addictions, and even in church they refer to them as the least of us. They are not the least of us. There is no such thing that they are the least of us. In many cases, I think the people that are the least of us are the people that are in charge of huge corporations and sitting in governments. I think those people are actually the least of us. Yeah, but least and vulnerable don't go together. They're not the same thing. They could absolutely say the most vulnerable of us, right? But the least of us, they are not lesser than. And when we hear that verbiage, it communicates a certain message, right? And so I think it's just really important that we become mindful of words that we say and how they, and no, it's not that you spoke wrong. It's just like, oh shit. It's another layer to deconstruct. It's another layer to peel back. It's another layer, right? Because even in those of us that are doing really good work, there's always something that's been ingrained in us. There's always somewhere that we could become more mindful in our verbiage and the way that we say things, right? Right. It's an opportunity. It's a learning moment. Absolutely, right? So yeah, they are the most vulnerable. They are disenfranchised, but they're definitely not least. And so, so one of the things that I would offer folks is we don't want to get stuck in this mindset of right and wrong, right? Wrong is when you do something intentionally that you know is going to be harmful. That would be wrong. But when you use a word that the intention is not to be harmful, right? The impact could be, right? But that's not your intention. So you don't have to feel any way about it, right? Guilt and shame is only something that should occur when the intention is there, right? Yeah, but so Nor vibes, when you say it could be interpreted as the minority of us, minority does not equal the least, right? Because when we say the least of us, is the disability community actually the least in terms of a number amount? I don't know that that's the smallest population that we have in this country. So they're not the least of us. They're not. They're not the smallest community that we have in terms of all of the minority communities. They don't make up the smallest minority. So they're not the least. Not literally or figuratively. And it's important that and so I think that instead of trying to justify the use of the word, I think it would be beneficial if we just say, wouldn't it be great if we didn't refer to any human being as the least or the lesser? Like, wouldn't it be great if we just didn't refer to human beings as least or lesser? Because that's part of the whole like equality and equity thing, right? And that includes, so now I'm going to go somewhere that some of you all won't like. I'm going to go somewhere. So that includes even people that do bad things. Right? No one's life has more value than anyone else's. I'm going to say that again. No one's life has any more value than anyone else's. We've just lived in systems that don't operate that way. Our judicial system hasn't operated that way, right? Our legal systems haven't operated that way. Our credit systems haven't operated that way, right? Our education systems haven't operated that way. And so we've just grown up in an environment that teaches us those things. So one of the things that Ta-Nehisi Coates, y'all know I'm a huge Ta-Nehisi Coates fan, and Ta-Nehisi Coates was talking about privilege, and he said, you know, the girl that he was talking to was a white girl, right? And she was talking about white privilege, and he said, listen, he said, no one told you that you're privileged. You just live in a world where the world accommodated you. And so it's not like you went into the world thinking, oh, I'm privileged. It's no, you just live in a world where everyone automatically accommodates you. So the privilege you think is just the way that the world operates, because you don't know that it doesn't operate that way for anybody else, which is, again, why diversity is so important. Because when you have diversity, then you have different experiences. And when you share those different shared experiences with each other, then you discover that the world doesn't operate that way for everyone. And then you can become aware of the way the world operates for you versus the way the world operates for someone else. And then you get to choose. Am I going to feel defensive about that? Am I going to take it personal and make it mean something that nobody made it mean? Or am I going to say, oh, yeah, that is a thing. So how can I help level the playing field? Right? And so that brings us to the equity part of the conversation. Okay. And so y'all know, I keep saying this, I'm visual. Give me a second, folks, and then I'm going to open up the panel. So I'm going to show you all what equality looks like. And then I'm going to show you what equity looks like. Are we okay with that? So let me show you. So first we're going to do equality. All right. And then we're going to do equity. So first I'm going to show you a tree. Okay. And this tree has apples all over the tree. Okay. And so this is going to be my first person. This is going to be my second person. And this is going to be my third person. You see my people? This is equality. Thanks, Julie. Everybody has an equal opportunity to get the fruit from this tree. Right? That's equality. There's a tree. You can get fruit from it. Okay? That's equality. Now, let me show you what equity looks like. Whatever the hell I did to that little person. So equity is this, where the people that are shorter than the tall person has a box that lifts them up to the same height. So equity is filling in the gap that doesn't exist, that exists between those people having the same access that this person had. So these people all had the same opportunity, but they did not all have the same access, right? Equity means we just gave everybody access to the same opportunity. That is the difference between equality and equity, right? Equality says, well, here's the damn tree. I don't understand why you can't get fruit. And here's the 1 foot person saying, what the fuck do you mean? The tree is up here, right? This is equity. This is what it looks like. Okay? And so that is the difference when we talk about DEIA and why it's important for that accessibility part. Just because everyone can apply to the same college doesn't mean they have the same access to get into that college, right? So one of the things that you don't hear people talking about is you don't hear people talking about the legacy, the legacy applicants, right? So if my daddy and my granddaddy and my great granddaddy all went to the same university, then I'm a legacy student, and so not only do I have the opportunity to apply, right, but I also have a leg up because I'm a legacy student. But you don't hear people complain about legacy students, right? Not only do you have the opportunity, you have access, and you have more access than other people. So let me just show you the way that that works. Again, I'm a visual person. So up here, I hope this helps people. All right. So I'm going to drop this down and I'm going to show you. So right here is college. College is the place that we're all trying to get to. Okay. And here's the starting blocks for 3 different applicants. So all 3 people can apply, right? All 3 people can apply. But the application that comes from the wealthy kid, right? If 2 of those kids are wealthy, their application automatically goes up here because they don't have to worry about student loans. They don't have to worry about their grades or scholarships. They don't have to worry about anything. They got the money, so they can just apply, right? So they get a leg up automatically. Now, let's say one of these 2 students is also a legacy student. See that? So their application is 2 steps ahead of the regular person who's not wealthy, right? Of the regular person who's not a legacy student. They have more access to the college than even the rich kid, because the rich kid might be rich, but the rich kid ain't rich with a legacy, right? And so that's why when people talk about creating generational wealth, well, if you belong to the generation, that controlled the wealth, 200, 300, 400 years ago, then that generational wealth is easier for you to obtain because it was automatically given to the people at the top. Right? So when you understand those things, then you understand why. Thanks, Bonnie. I appreciate that. So it's really important for people to understand what we're talking about. And so let me tell you this, peeps for peace. Let me just show you. Great. Thanks. So one of the things that I want people to stop doing, and you're going to think, I'm just sharing with you what I think would be helpful. What I want us to stop doing is then taking the point that is valid in and of itself and then using it by mentioning Trump or someone from the administration. And the reason why I want you to do that is because you automatically alienate people that align with him. And then it just wipes out the validity of what we just showed, because they're automatically going to be resistant, because now you took something that was valid in and of itself. It applies to absolutely everybody. And so the moment that you take it and then you attach his name to it, you have now just lost those people. The argument can be made without him. Yeah, but here's the thing. The association negates it. The association negates it. This is the thing that progressives have to stop doing, because that exists whether you're Republican or Democratic. Listen, that existed for Hunter Biden. That existed for Sasha and Why am I going blank? The Obama girls that existed for Chelsea Clinton, right? Malia, that existed whether you are Republican or Democrat. When you are rich, and when you have, when you are rich, and then when you are legacy students, you have a leg up, and it does not matter what party your parents belong to. Because when we politicize DEI, then we lose it. Right? And so this is why it's so important when we are having these conversations that we just keep it plain and simple, because everybody knows what this looks like. Everybody has lived in a town where you see rich people, and everybody, especially in small towns, y'all know the difference between old money and new money, don't you? You know who the old money and the new money is in your town? And you know the old money gets away with shit. The children of old money get away with it. How many old money children do you know that commit the same crimes and the same fuckery that poor children do, but the rich people's kids, the old money's kids, they don't get prosecuted for it? Hey, Valerie. And everyone knows what this looks like. And so you see the way that I said that, and every single one of you was like, hell yeah, I know what that is. That's the way that we've got to have conversations with each other, because they know what that looks like in their everyday life, and they feel some kind of way about it, right? They feel some kind of way about it. And so the question is it fair? Hey, Tom, is it fair that old money kids in your community had a leg up over your kids? They're going to say no. I agree with you. I believe your children should have the same access as old money kids. I believe your children should have the same access as new money kids. I think that your children should be included, just like the new money and the old money kids. Right? Now I am showing them why accessibility is applicable to them, and why DEIA is something that they want to support. I'm going to share something really personal with you all. So this past weekend, I'm a true crime girl, right? I watch lots of different true crime and all that kind of stuff. And I was on Netflix looking for some more documentaries to watch. And I can't remember the name of it now, but the boy's name, I believe, is Nathan. I want to say the Cartman, I want to say. Anyway, I couldn't watch it. I don't want to cry. I couldn't watch the whole thing because they believed that the grandson had killed his mother and his grandfather. And the policeman kept saying things like this. Well, when we were interviewing him, there's just certain emotional cues you look like. And there's certain emotional responses that, the people should have when this happens. And the problem is that he was autistic. So because he did not have emotional demonstrations and emotional representation coming out the way that cops think people should act, right? He didn't have a normal response. They believe this kid killed his mother and his grandfather, and they put this kid in prison. They put him in prison. He ended up committing suicide. This kid did. And y'all know I immediately thought about Bella. And I thought about Bella being on the spectrum. And I thought about Elijah and they had an autism specialist that she was talking about how these police officers just did not understand that it's because I said the S word. I knew it after I said it. I'm sorry, TikTok. Um, um, I don't know how to respond to this. It's okay. It's only 10 minutes. It's fine. I knew it as soon as I said the S word, I knew TikTok was going to get me, but it's okay. So this is the thing. I don't want to live in a world where I'm terrified that a police officer is going to unalive my granddaughter or arrest my granddaughter because she doesn't have the emotional responses or because she takes too long to answer because of the way that she processes. Like I don't want that for her. And I could not watch the whole thing. I could not watch it. It was too close to home for me. It was too close to home. I literally had to turn it off and I could not watch it. And this is why training our police officers and training our teachers and training our security officers and just in making sure that the public is accurately informed as to the many different ways that it shows up, right? It is literally a spectrum. I don't even like the word when they say disorder. It's not a disorder. It's just not the common order that you're used to, or to be honest, you are used to it. You just used to label it something different, right? In the past, you just put those type of people in some sort of mental facility because you thought that they weren't what they should be, right? Right, Amanda. Yeah, David, I'm good. Yeah, it's not the average response. It's not the common response. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's a different system, like Apple versus Android, and there are a plethora of them, right? Um, and so when I saw it, I immediately thought about her, right? And the way that she shows up. Um, and I even had to have a conversation with her teacher because yeah, I mean it is a prism. I think of it almost like a kaleidoscope. There's so many different ways that it shows up. And the way that it's so funny because this is probably one of the reasons I love the movie Divergent, right? Hey, Maria, it's probably one of the reasons I love the movie Divergent is because her brain doesn't work like everybody else's, right? And her brain has the ability to do all of the things, right? And right, because it's not linear at all. And so it's probably one of the reasons why I really like it because just like autistic people, she was demonized and thought of as a threat the same way, right? And um I appreciate that, Steph. But I think about it. So people think that if it doesn't look like love on the spectrum, then it's not on the spectrum. Like it doesn't it doesn't show up that way. Not every time, not in every way. And so when I say attacking DEIA is bad for America, It is bad for America. It is bad for this country. You are demonizing different groups of people and you are creating a world that is unsafe for them by making a certain group of people believe that they are losing something that they've never lost, that has always been theirs. There's nothing good that comes from demonizing DEIA. Thanks, Heather. Right? Nothing. Right. And girls, it really shows up different. And let me just share this with you. It shows up very differently when there's also been early childhood trauma. It is so complex. I wish that people I wish that people really thought about how beautifully complex human beings are. And we don't react the same, and we have different coping mechanisms based on our experiences in life, right? And so when people have different types of trauma in their childhood, and whether it's from peers, whether it's from parents, whether it's from siblings, whether it's in church, whatever it comes from, right? It just, we all cope however we cope. This is why people should understand that there's nothing strange about a woman that's been violated who recognizes a smell but can't tell you what shirt he had on. There's nothing unusual about that. Happy Monday, Michael. There's nothing unusual about that. The brain does whatever the brain must do in order for you to survive. That is how we are hardwired. Right? And so when people hear things, it's really important for you to understand that we are all beautifully unique individuals. All of us are. And it is beautiful. For me, I used to be angry at the person that I used to be, right? Because of who she was and how she dealt with the things that happened to her, right? I'm not now. Do you want to know why? Because I was doing the best I can based on who I am and what I know, what I knew at the time, right? And if I could have done better, I would have done better. And there is a difference between knowing in your brain and knowing in your heart. Listen, I can know in my brain this thing that I need to do. But if in my soul, if in my heart, if in my gut, it doesn't feel safe for me to do that thing, no matter how much my brain wants me to do it, I can't do it. Right? And the knowing is not knowing. The knowing is knowing. And every single one of us knows what that is. Every single one of you, I don't care who you are, you know the difference between knowing something in your brain and knowing something with every fiber of your being. Intellect alone is not what makes us move. Intellect alone is not what makes us believe something. Intellect alone doesn't make us know a thing. We don't really know it until we know it. Right? So when we talk about understanding DEIA, right? We are going to have differences of experiences, and they're not differences of opinion. And that's why I always say there's a difference between the truth and facts. There's a difference between the truth and facts. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example. Truth is your experience, and no one can tell you that your truth is wrong because that's your experience of it. So I can have 3 people that grew up in the same household with the same parents, and those are the same facts. Those are the facts. They lived in the same household, in the same town, in the same everything. Sounds good, Miguel, right? But they all have a truth about that experience that is different. and that is singular to them. And it's different. That is why diversity is so important. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the panel. I have, I think, 3 or 4 folks to come up. Folks, when I bring you up, please do me a favor. Put yourself on mute until I get to you, okay? So give me 1 second, people. Pretty please. Hopefully all of this is making sense to folks. And if there's anybody that I bring up that didn't mean to come up, just let me know and I'll drop you back down. Okay. So on the panel, I've got Soul, I've got James, and I've got Kat. Did all three of you mean to be here? If not, come off mute. Let me know now and I'll drop you back down. Okay, cool. All right, Soul, happy Monday. What would you like to offer us today? I sent you an invite to come off mute. Soul, do you know that you're on mute? Or that you're on the panel? Soul going once. Soul going twice. Okay. All right, James, you are up.
Okay. First of all, hello, Wonder Woman. I've missed you so much.
Good to see you.
I know, it's so good. It's good. Well, I can't see you, but I can hear you, and it's so good to hear your voice. And I'm just so glad to be here. Your whole live today, there's synchronicity in this universe. I know there is, because I have recently discovered a film that really did talk to me when I first saw it in like 1973, I think. But it's just a short little film. Okay, wait. Let me just start. Okay. You remember the commercial with the little boy and the owl, the Tootsie Pop commercial?
Yes.
Okay, so it's animated by the same person that did that commercial.
Okay.
So it's very simplistic. It would be great for you, Bella, the girls, everybody, even your grown daughters. I mean, this is something that I think everybody needs to see. And I mean, everything that your live has touched on, everything today, is kind of covered in this little hour-long film called The Point. It's available on Tubi.
Okay.
It's free. So I highly recommend it. I just rediscovered it and watched it yesterday. I watched the whole thing. I sat with my home health care worker and it just blew her away. It features the music of Harry Nilsson, who was very big in the 70s. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. Talented musician, great songs. Ringo Starr is one of the voices in it. It's just incredible. And I mean, even just you and Bella sitting down to watch it I know that it's going to really talk to her and talk to anybody that, I mean, even grown people.
Yeah.
And it's so pertinent to what we're experiencing in this country right now. So I just wanted to share that with your audience and you. And I'll land my plane there. And I love you so much. And I'm so glad I'm back.
Yay, love that. We're glad you're back too. So the documentary, guys, is called The Point, and it's on Tubi. So appreciate that, James. I wrote it down so I can remember to look it up for my girl. It's called The Point. Appreciate you, James.
The Point. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so Kat. Right. Welcome back, James. Yes, we can do that, Carla. We can do that. Kat, I sent you an invite to come off mute. I don't know if you know that you're on mute or even that you're on the panel, but you are. Kat going once. Kat going twice. Okay. All right. So I love that. And I love that it all kind of connects together and everybody is in it. But when I heard the farmers this morning, that's what kicked this whole thing off, you guys, is sold. I heard the farmers this morning. And when I heard all of the farmers that were talking about the impact of the tariffs and then the impact of the war on Iran and the increase in diesel cost and all of that, right? That had my attention automatically. And then when they added the black farmer in, and he said, on top of that, the targeting of this administration on DEI programs that were available for black farmers, right? And those things no longer existing meant that it was hitting black farmers a lot greater than it was everyone else, because in addition to the tariffs and the increase in diesel fuel and the cost of fertilizer, they also had programs that they would normally have for black farmers that don't exist anymore because they attacked DEI. And so those farmers are now saying, we don't know if we're going to be able to stay in business. Right. And so that's what kind of catapulted me to wanting to talk about this. Plus yesterday's conversation with the 64-year-old who crashed out having a conversation about LGBTQIA individuals and the Bible, and then wanting to talk to me about Hamas without knowing what he was talking about. Right. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this out and kind of have the conversation, right? Correct, Rachel. Yep. And so, and this is something that, again, so if you all remember Trevor Noah, he was saying, if you want to really know something, listen to black women. He said, because one of the things that black women know is that regardless of what it is and who it's going to hurt, right? Inevitably, it is going to hurt black families first and worse, right? Which is oftentimes the case. I would say that, and indigenous families. I think it is insane to me that we are in 2026 and we have reservations that don't have running water and clean water, and same thing in Flint, right? I think it's crazy to me. And then we want to say that we're the people that are civilized. No, we're not. No, we're not. We are not civilized. Just so everyone understands, being civilized isn't about your manners and if you use a fork or not, right? That's not civilized. Civilized has nothing to do with how many forks you use and if you put a napkin on your lap or if you put your elbows on the table. That's not civilized. That's not civilized. Some of the most civilized people I know eat with their hands and walk around barefoot, and know how to exist and the benefit of a patriarchy, right? And so I just think that people really need to have an adjustment of that mindset to understand what civilized means, right? So just saying. Yeah, so James, so when the very first time I ever dated an African man, hey, Tiffany, and he asked me, did I mind if he ate with his fingers? And I said, no, like, I don't care. But he explained that one of the other reasons they do that, right? This is just what he explained to me. So I'm just repeating what I was told, is he said, they believe that you eat with all of your senses, right? So you eat with your eyes, you eat with your nose, right? You eat when you taste it, right? You eat all of those things, and you begin eating when you touch it, right? And so when I touch my food, it signals to my stomach that food is coming, that I'm eating already. And he said, it's one of the ways that they know, right? You hear yourself chewing. Exactly, Steph. And he said that because of that, they are more in tune. They don't eat as much because the fork delays that process. It's this thing that delays the food hitting our senses. And so our stomach doesn't know we're eating until after we've eaten quite a bit. And it takes like 20 minutes to know that you're full. Isn't that crazy? It takes like 15, 20 minutes to know when you're full. And so anyway, it just made me think, so I think that it's just important that, diversity. because different experiences, different perspectives makes you go, huh, right. The utensil interrupts the senses, right? It's the same thing with shoes. We weren't meant to wear shoes, right? Is it 12 minutes? Whatever it is, Yvonne, it don't matter to me. It's something, right? But it's the same thing. It's why you feel different when you walk barefoot. Like people think walking barefoot and getting grounded and centered is all about spirituality, but there is actually scientific research that backs it up about the impact that it has and what gets absorbed into your body that way, right? People know I'm almost always barefoot if I can be. Right, Yvonne, that's why we should eat slow, but who has time for that? 100%. So anyway, I just wanted people to know, yeah, 12 minutes can mean the difference between 20 pounds, 100%. I am a country girl, 100%. So, again, all of these are reasons why, see, Amanda, there you go. All of these are examples of reasons of why attacking DEI is bad for the US and for the world, to be quite honest. Okay. So the second part that I wanted to touch on today is about Israel and the United States of America continue to commit war crimes. And I know some people aren't going to like me saying that. Some people will be like, well, the United States of America isn't committing war crimes, but we are. And we have been, right? We committed war crimes in Venezuela. We committed war crimes by selling. Like, here's the thing. Once it is determined that Israel is committing war crimes, from that moment forward, if we continue to arm them, we are complicit in the war crimes that they commit. We are complicit, which means the international community can hold us accountable. And I believe they should hold us accountable, to be quite frank. And I believe that we should hold members of Congress accountable. I just do. And if we are talking realistically, right? If we are talking like in regular real-time life, you would agree with me, right? So I'm going to give you an example. If you knew that every day there was, good morning, Carlo, there was a bully that was beating up a vulnerable kid on the bus, and every day he beat them up with brass knuckles, and it was your kid that was giving them brass knuckles every day, right? If your kid continues to arm the bully, then your kid is responsible for the beating, and to be quite frank, by law, can be held responsible. Have we not seen it in our regular court systems where the person who knows that that weapon is going to be used in the commission of a crime can be held responsible for the act? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Right? If I give you something and I know that what you are going to use it for is a crime, then I can be held responsible. When we get power of the House and Senate, what would be my first move? What I think the first move of Congress or the House should be is, I would say the first thing would be a continuing resolution that takes funding away from ICE and reallocates that funding back into Medicaid and SNAP benefits. And that also reallocates funding back to CDC and that sort of thing, right? So that would be the first thing. And then right on top of that would be reintroducing the resolutions to stop the funding to Israel. Yep, USDA, right? EPA, all of it, USAID, all of that, because all of those things can be re-implemented. So this is the thing that I really want people to understand is the mechanism that they utilize to take funding away from those initiatives can be utilized to put the funding back. Okay. Good morning, Maggie. And while members of Congress, so first, that would be the first step. And why is that step important before you do anything else? So, buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. The reason why that's so important is because you need to demonstrate as a new Congress that you are working on behalf of the people. And then you need to be very loud, and you need to be very proud, and you need to be very specific by articulating to the people what this measure will do and how it will immediately impact them. Right? That would be like the first thing that needs to happen, because you need to make sure that people understand that what you are doing is undoing the things. And you need to do it without talking about Trump or the Republican Party. You need to do it without talking about them and without even saying the fucking word Democrat, to be honest. Yeah, Mom Dani is doing it all day long. Okay? And then the second thing is the resolutions for Israel. Right? And that's just hands down needs to be done. Right? And then after that is when you can start to think about government accountability and what that looks like. Right? And there's a world in which government accountability can happen. So we need to understand that we have 18 seats available in the House. We have 22 seats available in the Senate. If progressives were to take the majority in both of those, right? How can Congress hold dual citizenship with Israel? Because that's a policy that we have in the United States. It's the only country where you can get dual citizenship. Yeah, he does, Julie. He does. So let me just say it again. It is 18 seats in the House, 22 seats in the Senate. And when you have the majority in both of those two parts of Congress, right? When you have that, no, not automatically at the same time, MC. No, you can't. Israel is the only country. So let me just be clear. If you go right now down to go get a passport, MC, you can get a passport for the US and automatically be granted a passport for Israel at the exact same time. And Israel is the only country that we do that for. Right. But you can't go get an automatic European passport, can you? No, you can't. Thank you. Appreciate that. You cannot go and get a US passport and automatically be granted a European passport, can you? No, but you can for Israel. How many of you all did not know that you can get an automatic passport for Israel? Yeah. So hold on. I'm going to show it to you because you know that I like to show you all what I'm talking about. Let me make a note of this too. Okay. Why did I put that in there? Give me 1 second. You just have to travel using the Israeli one for there, and you have to travel. So stop. I got another little. I don't want that. Yes. You can. Blah, 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 blah. So the answer is yes. Here it is. Nope. I'm trying to find the one particular place that I saw it regarding the passport. And I don't remember what site it was on. It's a yes. Okay, this is the State Department. There it is. There's a visa waiver for travel to Israel. Canadians have one to travel to China. Listen, if your Israeli passport is expired, but your US passport is valid, you can still return to Israel. If your Israeli passport is expired, you can still return to Israel as long as you have a US passport. So crazy, but it's true. Yeah, it's on the Department of State's website. Why won't it let me click it? There we go. Do I have that one up already? Yeah. So the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with the Secretary of State, designated Israel into the visa waiver program after determining it met all the program requirements. So eligible Israeli citizens may apply online for authorization to travel to the U.S. through this little electronic system, and for tourism or business purposes. And they don't need they don't need a visa. They don't need a visa, just so you know. And it's valid for 2 years. How about that? Anyway, there's a lot going on. So, yes, Valerie, they do. And we're going to talk about that. So, folks, this is the part where people get in your feelings about something. And I want to say something about a comment that was left on my live from Saturday. So if you remember on Saturday, I was specifically talking about, they're two different things, Jody, but they can be issued at the same time. So don't laugh at me, Sin. So I want to address a comment that was left on my live from Saturday. And it was left on my live from someone who says out loud that yes, they are a Zionist, right? And this person believes that if I mention Israel without making a distinction, that it's not about the Jewish people, that is anti-Semitic. And I do not believe that that is the case. And they brought up a couple of different things. And so I'm going to address them one at a time. So no, it wasn't Stephanie. It wasn't Vile. But so this person said the same way that they have researched things about what it is to be a biracial person in this country, because they have never had my lived experience. They don't know what it is like. And they couldn't tell me if something was or wasn't racist. And I agree, except there are times when Black and brown people say that something is racist when it is not. Hella, Raja. Like, that's just truth. There are times. And as a biracial person, right, I am open about the fact that I absolutely have prejudice when it comes to certain people, and I'm going to prejudge, right? So if you say something, and your profile like is a Confederate flag and it says conservative Christian, then I'm going to have a prejudgment that anything that you say, you might have the intention of it being racist. That doesn't mean that it is, right? And so as a person, I have to ask myself, am I insinuating that? Am I inferring that into something that isn't what they implied? Am I inferring something? And that matters, folks. If you are inferring something into something that someone didn't say, then that person's not responsible for your inference. Right? So if you are adding to something that someone did not say, then they are not responsible for your inference. And one of the things that this individual said is that when I said only Jews, quote unquote, that was anti-Semitic. And I was like, when would I have ever said only Jews? Right? That was my thing, was like, when would I have ever said that? Because I almost always exclusively discuss Israel, right? And then I thought about it. And on Saturday, we talked about this. And Saturday, here's what I said. What I said, and by the way, I 100% stand behind, and it is not anti-Semitic. And I'm going to tell you why it's not. So on Saturday, what I discussed is, why is it the Jewish community that experienced the Holocaust? Why are they the only individuals? Why are they the only ones that there's this thing that they can't be criticized? You can't say anything against them. But Africans have had a Holocaust committed against them, right? The Congolese people have. Under King Leopold II, 13 million Congolese people were slaughtered under his rule. That was the Congolese genocide. But there's no anti-African expectation out there. And folks, when I say only Jewish people, that's not anti-Semitic, because it's a fact. It is a fact. Like, it is only Jewish people that their Holocaust is makes them unable to be criticized in any shape or form. It does not apply to other groups of people that have also experienced genocides. That's not being anti-Semitic. I'm not saying anything negative about Jewish people. I'm observing a fact that is true. There's no anti-Congolese tracker out there. There's no anti-African tracker out there, right? And so that's a fact. That's not anti-Semitic when it's just a fact that I'm stating, right? And so I want to be clear about that. That's not anti-Semitism at all. That is just a fact, because it is, in fact, only the Jewish people that was able to go to multiple governments to create their nation state, because they had pogroms committed against them and because they'd been exiled. That was the only group of people that was able to do that. That's not me being against them. That's me observing history. And that is a fact where history is concerned. Right? So I just want to be clear, that in and of itself is not anti-Semitic. Listen, anti means against. Anti means against. And there is nothing in what I said that is against Jewish people. There is nothing that I said that is against Jewish people. I want to be clear about that. Me stating a fact of history is not being against Jewish people. And the fact that I go out of my way to make a distinction between Zionism and Judaism, right, is evidence that that's not the case. So I wanted to address that. so that everyone is clear about my stance. Okay? The point that I don't support, and this is very clear, okay? The only Jewish people that I have an issue with are the same any people that I have a problem with if you are okay with the genocide of Palestinians. You follow me? It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, if you're Buddhist, if you're Sikh, if you're a Christian, if you're atheist, if you're agnostic, if you're Wiccan. I literally don't give a shit. If you are someone that supports the genocide that is being orchestrated and carried out by the state of Israel with the help of the American government, right? Then that's who I have a problem with. But it has nothing to do with whatever group you come from or whatever religion you practice, whatever your origin is, whatever your ethnicity is, whatever your culture is. I don't give a damn. And so that's the thing that I have the issue with. Yeah, I know what Semitic means. I'm aware what a Semite is. A Semite is anybody that speaks Hebrew or any of the Semitic languages or the Semitic people that come from that region. And to be clear, that is not Ashkenazi Jews. They're European Jews. So they're not even Semitic. So, yeah, Zionism is a political ideology for nationalism for Jews. That's what it is. So the whole thing about Zionist is to have a Semitic language, a Semitic, Jesus, I'm reading here and reading here. So the whole point of Zionism is to have a national home specifically for Jewish people. So what does that mean? If you want a national home for a particular group of people, that is Jewish nationalism. That's what that is. If you want a national home for your group of people, that is Jewish nationalism. The same way in the United States of America, we have people that desire this to be a Christian nation. That is Christian nationalism. And we're not a Christian nation, and we weren't founded upon that. And by the way, for anybody that cares about accuracy, the United States of America was not founded upon Judeo-Christian values. There's no such thing. It was Christians that persecuted the Jews in Russia and in Germany and in Europe. Let me say that again. It was Christians in Europe that was persecuting the Jews. Now, here's what we do understand, is we do understand that there are Jewish individuals that made their way to Europe. And we also understand that there are Jewish people that are just straight out European. And what we understand is that the majority of the Jews that first came to Israel were European Jews. Hey, Angie. And so I just want to be clear about something. I just want to be clear. Right. They were converts. I just want to be clear about something, folks. Semitic is to speak a particular language, and Semitic can refer to a group of people. So you can speak a Semitic language. That doesn't mean that you are part of a Semitic group where their origin, where they are from, is the place where those languages originated from. So you can speak a Semitic language, but that doesn't make you a Semite. Right? So like I know people that went to school and they learned Hebrew or they learned Greek, which is, or they learned Aramaic. So they might be speaking a Semitic language. That doesn't make them a Semite, meaning that their people came from the lands where those languages originated. No, it doesn't. I can learn to speak Japanese. It doesn't mean I come from Japan. I'm not Asian. Let me be clear. If I speak in Japanese, it does not make my ass Asian. If I speak in Japanese, that does not make me Asian. So just because a European convert to Judaism prays in Hebrew does not make them a Semite from Palestine. I just want to be clear. The language doesn't make you the people. Como se llama? And I'm not Spanish. I'm not Latin. The idea that just because, so Semitic, it refers to two different things, Jody. Semitic is a language, right? Coming from Aramaic, whether that's Hebrew, whether that's Arabic or Aramaic, right? So that's the language. But there's also people that are from that region where those languages originate. But that would also include Arabs and Palestinians and Palestinian Arabs and Iraqi Jews and Iraqi Arabs and Palestinian Jews and like all of those. Well, I don't care. Linguists, what does that mean? Linguists, which means they're talking about the language. They're talking about the language. Literally, you are saying to me, linguists consider Ashkenazi Jews Semitic because they're talking about the fucking language that they speak, that they pray in. Linguists talk about language. Right. Language does not mean you are the people. So just so that we are clear, right? Y'all just do the wildest things. Yet, right, you can't convert into a new ethnicity. Well, Tiger, you can think what you would like. You literally just type the words, you have a 6th grade undersold this. So I will take what I say as clarity. So, yeah. So folks, if you are in the comments, if you are in the queue, I'm just saying. I mean, and I'm not trying to be whatever, but I'm just saying. Thanks, Red Hot. So guys, if you have requested up because you want to join the conversation, can you please put like a 1 in the chat or a heart in the chat? Right, Dalton. They think they can be Rachel Dolezal. It's not the way it works. I'm just saying, does for y'all over here, am I making sense? That just because I speak a language, it does not make me of that people. Right? Just because you speak a language does not make you of that people. It ain't difficult. Hey, Lioness. Y'all just be wilding out. Yo hablo inglés, pero estoy un gringa. No gringa. What's half? What's half? What's half in Spanish? What's half? Tengo? No, not have, but half, like 50%. Because I was going to say, no, gringa, mitad. Yeah. Media gringo. Media gringo, media negro. Just saying. Media. Did I say it right? Media. Media gringo, media negro. So, thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. And I will take the invite, Mr. Barrios. Yeah, I can roll the R's. When I was taking Spanish, they literally were like, you can roll like the perfect R's. One day I'm gonna do like a DNA test when I can trust a company that does it, but it ain't today. But it ain't today. We ain't 23andMe and me, that's for sure. Nope. Y'all can keep guessing. So Marley Mar, you are in the queue and requested up. There you go, James. So Marley Mar, were you trying to come up to the panel or not? I'm just trying to double check to see if you wanted to get in the conversation because you've requested. So you can roll some things you don't know about ours. Shut up, Red Hot. I can. Now we are having rolling R's competition here. Marley Mar, did you mean to come up? Well, we about to see. Good morning, Hill. What's up, Carlo? What you got?
Good morning. So I'm Iraqi.
Okay.
And I speak Chaldean, which is a form of Assyrian, which is a form of Aramaic. But I completely agree with what you're saying as far as the Israel and Zionists and all that. My question is, how is it right for congressmen and women to hold the U.S. citizenship and any citizenship from any other country? Because when I actually became a U.S. citizen, I had to announce my citizenship to my own country in order for them to approve my citizenship.
Yeah, so I think there is a question about this, and I think it's because they had U.S. citizenship first, and then they added one second. So hold on a second. Yeah, so right now, here's what the constitutional requirements are. It says members of the House must have been a U.S. citizen for at least 7 years, and senators must have been citizens for at least 9 years. There's not a requirement for members of Congress to get rid of because I think the only person that cannot be in government, the only person is the president. The president cannot have been born outside of this country.
Okay.
Yep.
So that would also apply to the vice president and the speaker of the House, and because they can take the president's place if something happened to the president?
Let me see. And so not the speaker of the House, it wouldn't.
Because what's the lineage as far as going down?
Yeah.
If the vice president, something happens to him.
It's vice president, and then it goes to, and then it goes to the speaker of the House. But the speaker of the House is like, that's not what he was elected to be. So, so it wouldn't. But hold on a second. Well, how about this? The president can have dual citizenship, but they have to be a natural born citizen, and they have to have lived here for at least 14 years. So the U.S. Constitution requires a president to be a natural born citizen, but it does not explicitly prohibit holding citizenship in another country. So they could have dual citizenships, but they have to be naturally born in the U.S. So like Mom Dani, he's a naturalized citizen, but he was born in Kenya. So he can never be president because he wasn't born here, even though he's a
Right.
U.S. citizen. Yeah.
Right. But my question, I guess, or my comment is how is someone supposed to be loyal to the United States and look out for the United States, prioritizing them when they have dual citizenship and they, get kickbacks from lobbyists and they get, for that law should not exist.
Yeah.
It should not be able to.
Well, so I think that, so this is my thing. It's not even that it's a law. Like it's literally, this is what the Constitution outlined. And I think that one of the things, and this is why I said, once we have to get the country stable first. And we have to get people in Congress that are looking out for the best interest of the entire country, not just a particular group of people in the country, right? And then it becomes time. This is why the Constitution is a living document and does need to be modified. Because if you remember, at the time that the framers wrote the Constitution, we didn't have lobbyists, right? We didn't have lobbyists that were we didn't have political PACs. We didn't have a Citizens United that said that corporations have the same rights as people and their money is the same as anything else, right? And so they would not have thought about that thing because it just wouldn't have been a thought process at that time. And so now that we have situations where that is something that needs to be considered, then we would have to do amendments to the Constitution that clarify what people can and can't be. And so, like, this is my opinion. I believe that we need to pass legislation that codifies that corporations are not people, right? And that the money of a corporation is not an exercise in free speech. And that way you will legally overturn the impact of Roe v. Wade, right? So I think that needs to be one of the first pieces of legislation that members of Congress put through, because then you get the dark money out of politics. You get rid of super PACs effectually. And I believe that Congress needs, I believe that AIPAC and a few others need to be registered as foreign lobbies, right? Because they meet the criteria for foreign lobbies. So I think that should be a thing. But here's what can be the danger in, let's say, for example, having a convention of states. So if you have a convention of states when the country is in uproar and there is a super majority that is doing the bidding of a corrupt administration, that could be used to hurt people, because you could amend the Constitution to say all kinds of things that would be horrible to marginalized and minority people. So you only want to be able to have a convention of states or amend the Constitution when we have fixed what we have in Congress currently, and we haven't done that yet. So there's a couple of different things that we need to do in order to get things straight, but it's going to be a step-by-step process. And so for me, that's why I said the first thing is looking at the 18 seats of the House, the 22 seats that are in Congress, and ensuring that there is a progressive majority in both of those groups of people in order to begin to set right some of the things that have been done under this administration, and then preparing in 2028 to close the loopholes that have been exposed. But a lot of the things, and this is why it's so important that the Constitution be a living document, because when the framers wrote the Constitution, there were so many things that exist today that they could not have foreseen, right? There's no way they could have foreseen technology as to what it is today. And so, yeah.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all the information you put out there, and it's great.
Yeah, appreciate you. You're welcome. Great questions.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, and that brings me to something that I wanted to make sure that I covered today. So let me use this time to put those in place. Let me just make sure this said next week and not today. Okay, that said next. Good morning, Jerry Bear. Okay, so I wanted to bring you guys, bring your attention to two court cases that are happening today that are pretty important. So the first one is around geofencing. Does everyone familiar with the term geofencing and what it is and how it's utilized? Put a 1 in the chat if you're not familiar. That's the easiest way for me to identify. If you are not familiar with geofencing and what it is, put a 1 in the chat for me. Then I'm so glad we're talking about this. Okay, so there is a court case, and let me make sure that I tell you right. So the Supreme Court is hearing a case today around geofencing, and I'm going to tell you what geofencing is. So law enforcement uses GEO. Oh, hey, Summoner. Glad you're back. So good morning, Lanny. So geofencing, as in geography. And so what law enforcement has been doing is they have been using geofencing. So let's just say that there is someone who robs a bank. Then what law enforcement has been doing is they have been getting a search warrant and delivering that search warrant to Google to have Google tell them everybody within a specific radius around that base that was around that bank that was in that area. Doesn't matter if you were in the bank or not inside the bank. And it's generally the radius is about 3 football fields. And your apps through your locations is why Google has this information. So maybe you're going to the psychiatrist. Maybe you're going to the doctor. Maybe you're going to whatever. And so I'm going to give you an example. So when Google, when they did this specifically regarding this bank that took case, it was in Virginia, Google actually pushed back because there were 14 people that it identified as potential suspects. And so law enforcement wanted Google to turn over the information of all 14 people, and Google pushed back. And then they pushed back to where it came back to where Google only gave them the information for 3 subjects, and they ended up finding one of those 3 that was the perpetrator. So now this court case is before the Supreme Court to determine if geofencing violates the 4th Amendment, which is the illegal search and seizure without a warrant, and what must be the qualifications to even obtain a warrant, right? In order to obtain a warrant, there has to be probable cause. And the probable cause can't be that I was within 3 football fields of when something happened. Like, that's not probable cause. So this is before the Supreme Court today. And I wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of this court case that is happening right now. Okay. Because it's a big deal. Now, historically speaking, the courts have been siding on the side of privacy all the way down, because one of the things that the courts has had a difficult time adjusting for, you're welcome, modern day, has been this advancement of technology. And how does the court system and how do our laws keep up with the advancement of technology, especially when it comes to the privacy of citizens, right? And so that's what this court case is about today. It's at the Supreme Court. It's specifically around geofencing. I don't think the mainstream media is talking about this at all, and I haven't seen any other creators talking about it. So I put it on my list of things that I wanted to make sure that people were aware about today. And so one of the things that you may want to consider doing is checking and seeing what your state laws are. What do your representatives feel about geofencing? as a tool that is that law enforcement has been using, because this is, so they wanted to argue that, oh well, it was useful when they used geofencing for January 6th. And to me, that is very different, because on January 6th, you literally had, so Kat, so I described it. You might not have heard me. So geofencing is when, so for example, y'all know me and my damn drawings. Here we go. So this is the bank. All right. That's okay, Kat. No worries. So this is the bank. Okay. Said bank got robbed. Okay. Is she listening into the court case? I figured she might be. So this is the bank. So what geofencing is the law enforcement then gets a search warrant and gives it to Google. And that search warrant says, we want the information for everybody that's within 3 football fields distance from said bank. So can you imagine 3 football fields, and we want all of the information for everybody that falls within that geofencing, within that area. And what the courts are arguing, and what the case is arguing, is that this violates the 4th Amendment, which prevents illegal search and seizure without a warrant, right? Because in order to obtain a warrant, there's supposed to be probable cause, and you don't have probable cause for everybody that may be within here, right? And so, so this is what the court case is arguing today. And I think for me, the difference is, so like one of the arguments that was made is, oh, but it was really helpful for January 6th. That's different. And I'll tell you why it's different. So if you think about the Capitol, right? Everybody that was in 3 football links of the Capitol, right? It doesn't matter if you disable the location tracker or not. And I'll be honest for you, that's not safe for a lot of people. Listen, I would have a fit if my daughters listen, do you understand at the rate at which women and Native women disappear in this country? Sometimes that location on your phone, especially if you're using the app Life 360, a lot of times that's the only reason you can be located. That's the only thing that saves your life. And that's the only thing that finds your perpetrator. So I am in no way, shape, or form. I should not have to put myself at risk to keep my government from spying on me. I should not have to put myself at risk to keep my government from illegally searching my information. So no, and that's the thing that gets me. A lot of times what we do is we accommodate the intrusions done by our government when that should not be the case. I don't have to do a certain thing to keep my government from doing what it's not supposed to do. No. Yeah, I know, Letty. NPR has an article about the case. Yep. But so it's important for people to know that this is what's going on, that this is a tool that is being utilized, right? And everyone needs to understand. And so this is why they are talking about the difficulty that the courts are having in keeping up with the advancement of technology when it comes to how invasive technology is today and the amount of data that is gathered by technology today. And the bottom line is, it's very hard, no matter how hard you try, to take all of that location information, no matter what, in every app that you use, right? I don't know about you all, but yes, the 3 football fields is the average length, is the average distance. So the radius of 3 football fields from around a particular location. Right. But so if you think about it, and you think about the fact that there are in addition to that bank being there, maybe there's doctor's offices, maybe there are psychiatrist offices, maybe there's surgery centers, maybe there, you know what I'm saying? You have no business knowing if I'm going to the doctor's office. My rights come first. We don't violate the rights of innocent people not to catch somebody who's guilty. We don't. So I'm just telling y'all, you need to be aware. And these are questions that we need to be asking our elected representatives, and we need to be asking people that are running for office, because this may be something they haven't thought about, and we need to know where they stand. Right, Warner, it's a slippery slope. Right, it always backfires. Listen, the minute you start to give up one right is when they go, oh, well, they gave up those. Let's go to this. Yeah, flock cameras are horrible. I never use face recognition. Never. I don't use a face recognition. I don't use a fucking fingerprint. I use a passcode. You think I'm giving these fucking fools? Like, no. Mm-mm. Nope. So I just really want people to understand that we cannot, thanks, Warrior, we cannot, and I hate to say this, but I really want to be clear about, yeah, but TSA is not my phone. TSA is not my phone, right? So listen, I just want to be clear about something, okay, folks? It is insane that we live in a day and age where we cannot trust the government and the corporations are embedded in our government. And these corporations oftentimes have foreign influence to a phenomenal degree. Yeah, so Queen of New York, it's just like on your phone. Instead of using a passcode to open your phone, sometimes people will use a fingerprint, or sometimes people will use like face recognition to open their phones. I don't do that. Because listen, they will take that damn phone if your ass is laying there dead and put your finger on it, and all of a sudden your phone's unlocked. Hold that phone up over your unalived face and open your phone. Just saying. Yeah, your granddaughter got in her mom's phone with face. Yeah, because she looked like her mama. Yeah, mine is a 6-digit code too. And it ain't attached to shit. It ain't nobody's birthday. It ain't no anniversaries. It ain't no nothing. It's just random ass numbers that don't mean nothing to nobody but me. Yeah, 100%. And I said this the other day. So if you guys didn't hear me talk about Life 360 the other day, I sent the app to both of my daughters. And I asked them to download it and to put it on at least the free version. And the reason I asked them to do that is I've got daughters that are 30 and 33, right? Let me see. What year is this? 32. 29 and 32. The other one hadn't turned 30 yet. 29 and 32, right? And one of them travels a lot, right? And so Life 360, even the free version, will store your location for the past 48 hours. Even if your phone dies, it's in the app. So if something happens to you, right? If something happens to you and the police need to figure out where you were and who was with you and who was around you in the 48 hours up to your disappearance, or the 48 hours up until your phone died, that is stored in your app. And what's really cool is you can actually create a circle where your family members are added to your circle. So I'm just saying, And it's more accurate than the location on your phone because it uses GPS. It is more accurate than the location on your phone because it uses GPS. It's Life 360. And I do the free version. So I'm just saying, right? You have it too, Letty. Yeah, as a mom and as a tutu, people out there be crazy. Okay. Listen, Angie, when you put that joker in the phone as many times a day as I do, you remember. You remember. But so this case is before the Supreme Court today, and it is important. Okay. There's another court case that is happening today that I wanted to just make you all aware of. So when OpenAI was first formed, it was a nonprofit. And at the time, no, Lady Blue, they cannot. So when OpenAI was first formed, right? It was intended to stay nonprofit. Elon Musk gave $14 million to help them get it launched. And, but what they quickly realized was that, and when I say they realized is I mean the people at OpenAI, what they quickly realized was that OpenAI was the cost was going to be so prohibitive that they were going to have to make it a for-profit company. So they did. So they made OpenAI a for-profit company. Well, Elon Musk is now suing them. And the reason he's suing them is because Elon Musk has his own AI company, right? So he was on their board and he gave them $14 million to start OpenAI because he believed OpenAI was always going to be nonprofit. And so because it is for profit, he doesn't like that because he has his own AI company. And so now they are competition. And because they are for profit, they could be bigger competition than he thought they would ever be as a nonprofit. So he is suing them in court today. And he is asking for the guy that's the CEO to be removed. He's asking for the profits that they have made since they made it a for-profit to be transferred to the other part of the company that is still nonprofit. And they want the entirety of the company to go back to being a nonprofit. And so that court case is happening today as well and could have large implications in the world of AI, especially in the world of open AI. Okay. So that's another court case that I wanted to make you all aware of that is happening today. So those were like the main court cases. We still got two other things that were on my list to talk about today. How's everybody doing? Y'all good? Maybe Jody. Sure. Yeah. Sure. So there are folks that are in the request queue that I just need to know if you meant to request up or not. I do. I just haven't been drinking it, Veronica. Thank you for the reminder. No, where is MG Brock? Where's Scotty at? I don't know. Right. Love that. Where's Scott, right? To remind me to drink. Okay. So, other things that I want to talk about really quickly for people. Is there anybody, and maybe you don't feel comfortable, and if you don't feel comfortable saying so, that's okay. But is there anybody that is in here right now that supports the state of Israel, the government of Israel, and its actions? Anybody? If the answer is yes, you can feel free to request up and we can have a conversation. Some of you all might do it and you just don't want to say so in the comments, and I get it. Well, Sue, I know your answer, Sue, but the question is there anyone that is watching? Thanks, Amal. Good to see you. Is there anyone that is watching that is supportive of the government of Israel and the actions that it has taken? But there are people that do. There are people that do. And so I would like to talk to those people. And the other thing that I would say is that if you are someone that supports the war in Iran, right? Hold on a second, take a bow. If you are someone that supports the war in Iran, then I would also love for you to request. Now, before I bring people up to the panel, I want to go over the guidelines again for this space. Okay. Yeah, Valerie, I think he might too. But I want to say this. Okay. I want to go over the guidelines one more time. Number one, I ask that everybody be respectful in this space. Number two, do not use slurs of any kind. Right. 3, don't spam my comments. And number 4, don't type in all caps, because I have folks that are vision impaired and all caps is reserved for those individuals. When I bring you to this panel, what you need to do is put yourself on mute until I greet you. And then I will greet you and I will ask you a question, and then you can come off mute. This is a respectful conversation. So just relax and then we can get into the conversation. Okay. So having said all of that and kind of set the expectations from the room, then we can talk about it. Yeah. Warrior Squirrel. A lot of people, hey, Sandra, people do, because some people feel like, Valerie, you are hilarious. Good morning, Jenna. But I like to set the guidelines so that people know how I run this space. Okay. This is a reminder for anybody that is watching on Substack. For whatever reason, when I'm on Restream, I don't get to see your comments. So I hate that, because I don't get to chat with you. But I'm very grateful that you are here and that you are watching. Okay. So appreciate my Substack, folks. All right. So I'm going to bring up some folks so that we can have this conversation respectfully. Okay, here we go. I am not sure about Mario Garcia, but we'll see. Put yourself on mute, folks. Thank you till I get to you. And I think that's it. So I guess Mario was a no. What's up, Bronze? Good to see you. Bolivian Queen, did you mean to request up? Bolivian Queen, did you mean to request up? Appreciate you, Island Boy. You did? Okay. Put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. All right. All right. Oof. Okay. Okay. All right. So the Cognators. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I am fantastic. So yeah, Island Boy is here too, I see. So which one did you say yes to?
I support both the Iran war and the Israeli government.
Okay.
I live in Israel, so I support the government.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like everything the government does. There's a lot of bureaucratic nonsense that goes on here, but every country has that bureaucratic nonsense. Mm-hmm. Every people here voted for a specific government, right or wrong or different. But I don't see the difference between the Israeli government of now mm-hmm. and the American government of 4 years ago, 5 years ago. You have polarized on both sides of the equation. So I would ask, what is it about that you don't like versus if it was Lapid and Bennett when they were in power and they were more, well, Lapid is a leftist and Bennett is, I would say, more like a, I don't know, it's more like a sellout now to his own party. But what is it specifically that you're against in terms of the government? That's what I like. What policies is there and that you truly disagree with?
Yeah, so I disagree with Israel committing a genocide. Like, I mean, I mean, like literally from, I don't agree with Israel, for example, right now attacking Lebanon. When
do you understand? So I get it. So from a genocide perspective, one, there is no such thing as genocide going on. It's not even, it's so far from the truth of what genocide is.
So let me ask you a question. What's your definition of genocide?
Intent to kill or eradicate people.
But that's
intent to eradicate
whole
or some.
But that's yeah.
That's the definition of genocide.
It's in whole or in part, right?
Yes, with the intent.
Yes.
So how can you? So what is there in the intent for the government of Israel when the state of Israel, Gaza is not part of Israel, when H group, whatever you want to call them, I don't know, people say different things here, but when H group decided that they were going to do a attack, regardless of whoever you want to call it resistance, you want to call it terrorism, doesn't make a difference. They did attack. I know people that were unfortunately brutally murdered, and I'm talking even my Arab friend who lives in my town, his cousins was an EMT, was chopped up. I saw part of it. I couldn't take it. I saw the video live for what they had on Facebook Live when they saw it live. The H group did not care, discriminate who they were. They just said, "Oh, you're an Israeli. Okay, we're gonna decapitate you. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna take you hostage." What would you expect? Put Israel out of the equation. Let's say it was Mexico or any other country, Canada. What would you expect to happen if a country was brutally attacked? Just to say willy-nilly, we're just going to let you going on for decades.
So
they have been bombing.
So Coganator, I need you to pause for a minute. Because you've bounced away. You've bounced around to a couple of different things.
No,
okay. Hold on. Coganator, hold on 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second. Thank you. Just hold on one moment. Okay. All right. So, what you asked me was, what is it that I did not like, or that I disagreed with from Israel? And the discussion that we had, and that we were discussing is what a G-side is, right? And so a G-side is the intentional eradication in whole or in part of a particular group of people because of who they are, whether it's ethnic, racial, religious group, whatever, right? And so what we know is that the leadership of Israel, right? I've literally heard different members of your leadership, whether that be Ben Gavir or other individuals, say unequivocally.
They're not the leadership.
Can I finish speaking?
Yes.
Appreciate it. So when I hear different people in your Israeli government, in your Israeli military, right? And their statement is, all of Palestine needs to go, even the children, right? Because I've heard them say those specific words. And everyone in Palestine needs to be unalived, right? That is the intent. When Bibi says that they are going to use the Gaza model on Lebanon, right? That is an intent. And so, that is, and it's not just about, and this is the part that's really important, is it's not just about what has happened since October 7th, right? We can go all the way back to what you would call your Day of Independence, which Palestinians would call the Nakba, right? We can go all the way back to that. And so this is what I disagree with. What I disagree with is there being an establishment of a national home for Jewish people at the expense of Palestinians, and them being driven.
Can I correct you on?
No,
No, I understand where you're
no, because I'm going to finish my sentence first.
Okay.
Thank you. Right? So at the expense of Palestinians who had nothing to do with anything that happened in Russia, anything that happened in Germany, or any part of Europe. Palestinians had no part in the pogroms or anything else that was happening in Europe. So that's the part that I have. Palestinians played no part in it. So
Well, I want to address a couple things. One, Ben Gvir and Samrich are not the leadership of the government. They are part of the Knesset. Just like Ilhan Omar says she wants to eradicate all the Jews out of Israel, does not mean that that's the government's position. When you're talking about genocide, the intent is, going back on pure intent, when Israel decided to actually start attacking, it was close to 20 days later, and they warned every single solitary person that they are going into this area and they are going to go and do XYZ, bomb this particular place. They are giving fair warnings, leaflets flying all over the place, cell phone calls all over the place, SMSs all over the place, including opening corridors.
So we're not saying no. Kogan.
Wait, I just want to say something.
Koganator.
This is intent.
Koganator.
No, let me finish. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, but hold on, but here's the thing. Here's the difference, okay? I just want to be clear. No, sir, that's not the intent. Listen, I need you to understand the difference. No, it's not. And I'm going to show you. And by the way, he is the Minister of National Security. Hold on.
I know
Koganator.
exactly who Ben Gvir is, and I know who Samrich is.
Okay, so
on this cabinet.
I didn't say anything about cabinet. I said people that are holding positions within your government, right? So your Minister of National Security would be someone that is part of your government. I didn't say cabinet specifically. That's not what I said, right? So what I said.
But Rashid Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC.
So Koganator, stop for a moment. Those individuals have never said they want to eliminate.
100%
they stop interrupting. No, they have not.
I'm sorry, but you're
no, they have not.
100%
They have never said that they want say it again. What did he say? All the Jewish people in Israel, what did you say? Eliminated? They've never said that. They've never said that. None of them. Right? So that's just really, really clear. That's not something that has occurred. So I just want everybody to come for a second. I want everybody to just take it down for a second. Just take a deep breath, everybody. Take a deep breath. And here's the thing, okay? Telling people 10 minutes before you bomb an entire.
It's not 10 minutes.
Excuse me.
It's not 10
It
minutes.
is.
I'm telling you facts.
I don't care what you say. Listen.
Okay, because you don't want to hear. Let me just tell you the facts. Before you start making misinformation.
No, I'm not. Listen. When I am speaking to someone, who literally has been in the buildings, when I speak to physicians that have been in the hospitals, right? I am going to believe the lived experiences of the people in Palestine versus what you have been told by someone else. That's just a fact.
So my life, my lived experience doesn't count either.
You're not in Palestine. So you can tell me about your lived experience in, listen,
I've been to Gaza.
Koganator, listen.
What do you mean?
You can tell me.
I've been to Judea and Samaria.
It doesn't matter if that's where you've been. You don't live there. And you have not lived there during the G side. You're not Palestinian. So here's the difference.
You're right.
You cannot. So again, listen, you cannot tell me about their lived experience. You can share with me your lived experience, but not what they have lived.
Okay, and what if their lived experience, for whatever reason, I can tell you this for facts. Okay, this is not my opinion. This is facts. When the Israeli army is going to drop leaflets, they give hours before anything. They give 4 warnings before they're going to do something, and that's hours before. The first warning they give is they drop leaflets down. That's the first thing they do. They give, and on the leaflets, they give exact warnings and where to evacuate to. They give a corridor. They give a map, a location of where to go to. The second warning comes in within 2 hours of what they're going to do. They start sending out SMSs and text messages to everyone. The third warning they do is they call everyone in that area. The fourth warning they do is what they call a knock-knock bomb, which is it has no explosive on that bomb at all. It's just to tell people it's like a flashbang. It's going and goes on top. It does very little damage. Just tells everyone to get out. That is probably the 10-minute warning that person's talking about.
Okay, so let me share this with you.
So the army
hold on. I'll let you speak. I let you speak, and now I'm going to respond to what you just said. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to tell you is you have no right to be bombing them to start with. So I don't care if you tell them 4 fucking days in advance, right? You have no right to be bombing them. That's the first thing.
So what's a war?
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. I let you speak. I let you speak. I let you speak. Second, when you say, oh, we tell them in advance, I will tell you what I have heard firsthand from people there. I have heard how they are told to evacuate one place and go to another place, and it's the other place that they've been told to go that actually gets bombed. Like, I've literally talked to the people that have lived through that experience. I've spoken directly to the people that have lived that experience. So you don't get to tell me different, because I've spoken directly to those individuals. Okay. Third, when you say, why do they have the right to attack Israel? I'm going to be very clear about this. I do not support innocent lives being taken at all by anyone, right? I do not condone people unaliving innocent individuals. And what I know to be sure, and hold on one second, because I need to pull something else up. Hold on one second. Whoops. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is the one that I need. Oh. Give me one more second. Yeah, there's that one. And then I've got to remember. I want to find the other one. I want the one before, please. Maybe this is it. Okay, so I can go ahead and give you this first one. So what we know happened on October the 4th of 2023 is dozens of Israeli settlers forced their way into the flashpoint of the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex in occupied East Jerusalem, right? And so there was an attack on the mosque. There was also an attack within the week leading up to October 20. So there has consistently been attacks against Palestinians and Palestine, right? Through, like I said, it hasn't just started, right? We could talk about 2014. We can talk about.
Right.
You have the inability to not interrupt me. Stop doing that. It's why you're getting muted. And I don't understand why you keep doing that. So this is the problem that I have, is that, yeah, I know, Bowie, I know. So yeah, you ask me, and I think that this part's really important because I don't want to go back into, oh, well, they did this time, they did this time. Because for me, I just like to go back to the root of absolutely everything, right? He's from New Jersey. Yeah, it doesn't.
New Jersey.
The Coganator.
Originally.
The Coganator. Oh, you're from Israel originally, but you live in Jersey now?
No, I grew up in the States and I now live in Israel.
When did you go to Israel?
8 years ago.
8 years ago? What made you want to go to Israel?
I'm Jewish. This is where my family has lived their whole entire existence. I've had family members here since the beginning of, well before, when the 12 tribes were here. I'm in the Jewish world. Come from the tribe of Levi, who's the priestly family, Aaron and his descendants. So I came here because this is where the only place to be for a Jewish person.
Well, but it's not. Jewish people live all around the world.
It is.
No,
you're right.
Jewish people live all around the world.
All over the place.
Right. So
you're right,
Jewish people. Hey, the Coganator. Relax. Relax. No, you haven't. Listen, I'm going to be very clear about something. Okay. I'm going to be very clear about something. I am not going down this path of Jewish people have been whatever, because number one, I am not discussing Jewish people. I'm discussing Israel. I'm discussing Israel specifically. That's what I'm talking about. I am talking about the country and the state of Israel, and what the state and the country of Israel does, whatever your opinion is about where Jewish people should or shouldn't live, doesn't matter to me. It does not matter to me. What I am interested in, and the conversation that I am having, is about the state of Israel, the country of Israel, and what it does to Palestinian people, what it has done to Christian Palestinians. It doesn't really matter if they're Palestinian. Why do you keep interrupting? You don't get to keep doing that. Good gosh. It's the wildest shit ever. So I have a question for you, the Coganator. This is the question that I have for you. Can you share with me what you know about how the Zionist Federation and the Jewish Zionists came to get permission to have a national home for Jews? Can you share with me what you know about that?
Well, first off, it all started way well before the 1917 and the Balfour Declarations and all that wonderful stuff. Well before the 1800s. Well before that time.
I'm asking you to state it for me.
Yes,
So,
I'm getting to that.
so give me the
I'm
date
gonna get-
to you. When did it start?
When did Jews start?
No,
Start?
listen. Nope. Listen to the question. Listen to the question.
What is a Zionist?
Listen to the question. Stop and listen. You want to be argumentative. You want to be argumentative, and all I'm asking you to do is answer a specific question. The question is very simple. When did it become a thing? Share with me what you know about the Jewish Zionist Federation getting permission for there to be a national home for Jews.
When was there never permission for a national Jewish homeland? That's my question.
There's never been no, that's not a thing.
What do you mean?
There's never, so nationalism for Jews. Yeah, so nationalism for.
There's never been a Jewish homeland? That's my question. I'm asking.
So you do understand that what you and I are saying are two different things. Nationalism is not the same thing as having a homeland. And I'm going to give you an example, okay? So the United States of America, we're here, right? And many people would say this is our homeland, but for most of this country, it's not. Unless you are Native American, right? This is not your original homeland. And we weren't nationalized until there was a nation here, right? And a nation here did not exist until 1776. So what I'm asking you very specifically is, what do you know about, this is what I'm asking you, what do you know about when the process became for the Jewish Zionist Federation to have a national home for Jewish people? That's the specific question that I'm asking you.
Well, it started with Theodor Herzl, if that's what you want to get a modernized time. But Judaism, Jews.
I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about Zionism. I'm talking about Judaism. I'm not talking about Zionism is a political ideology for a national home for Jews. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. Zionism means one thing. Jews have their ancestral right to their homeland.
No, that's not what Zionism means.
Yes.
Do you want to know how I know that that's not what Zionism means? The Coganator, listen. Coganator, listen. You want to scream and argue, and I don't want to do that. So listen, Zionism cannot mean, listen, Zionism is not about an ancestral right to your homeland. I can literally show you where they say that that's not even the most important thing. And did you know that the national homeland for Jewish individuals was proposed to be in Uganda, which was actually part of what is now Kenya, and Argentina, and even part of New York? So where Israel is today, it was not the first places that they thought about putting Israel.
And let me tell you now a fact about Israel, Jewish people. Where does the name Jews come from? The name Jewish.
You want to talk about Jewish people, and I am talking about Zionism.
I'm going to go back to that.
Well, no, we're not, because you want to make this about Jewish people, and it's not. This is about Zionism. And this is about, when did the Jewish Zionist Federation, listen, okay, again, so I'm going to pause you. I'm going to put you on mute, and I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You want to make this a conversation about Jews and Judaism, and it is not a conversation about that. It is a specific conversation, and I saw you take yourself on mute, so don't interrupt me. So this is a specific conversation about Zionism, and specifically the Zionist Federation, and when did Jewish Zionists, right, begin to look for and want to establish a national home for Jewish people? That's the question, right? So there's a specific timeline in which nationalism was something that Jewish Zionists desired to make happen. And so that is the question that I'm asking you. I'm not talking about Judaism or Jews in general. Yes, speak to me about Jewish Zionists, please.
Okay, so I'm going to answer you. This is facts. Judaism and Zionism. You're shaking your head no, but let me. I'm giving you the straight
Because
answer.
Judaism is not Zionism.
And if it is, let me explain.
It is not. Judaism is not Zionism.
Let me explain. Okay, and I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into Judaism and Jewish ideas.
I have Jewish friends. I don't need your insight.
I'm happy.
Judaism is not Zionism. Somebody feel free to go get Jabber. Judaism is not Zionism.
Zionism, we pray to Zion. Do you know what the word Zion means? It means Jerusalem.
Do you understand that Zionism is not the same as Judaism?
I'm not saying it's the same as Judaism. I'm saying it goes hand in hand.
No, they don't.
Zionism,
there are actually more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists.
Of course, do you know why there's more Christian Zionists than Jewish Zionists? Because there's more Christians in the world. And the Christians believe is that the Jews have to go back to their ancestral homeland so Jesus can come and resurrect and become the Messiah.
Okay,
that
so
being said,
again,
Zionism is one definition, and it's the only definition in the world.
No, it's not.
Zionism, yes, it is.
No,
you're telling me
it's not.
Who's Jewish, who prays 3 times a day.
It doesn't matter about you being Jewish. I keep telling you that being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
No, but Zionism means one word. It means the Jewish people have the right to the ancestral homeland. Period. That's it. Nothing less. People want to politicize it.
No.
It's exactly what it means. And if 100% that's all it means. Zionism means for the Jewish people to have the ancestral homeland in the ancient land of Israel.
No, it's not.
Where the 12 tribes came from. 100% it did.
But it's not.
That's exactly what Judaism
It's not. And so, listen, that can be what it means to you. That can absolutely be what it means to you. Okay? Zionism, oh my good God, if you don't stop, son, stop. I do not want to have to drop you. Stop. I don't want to have to drop you. Stop. But I will. If you keep interrupting me, I will absolutely drop you. So stop. Stay on mute. Jesus. So the entirety of this, hold on one second. Zionism was the desire to create a national home for Jews. And before it was in the land of Palestine, it was, hey, maybe we should put that shit in Kenya, which was Uganda. Maybe we should put it in Argentina. Maybe we should put it in part of New York. All of those places were considered before Palestine. All of them were considered before Palestine. And yes, Herzl was not Jewish. Correct. Herzl was not Jewish. Hold on. There's one that I want to get you, because if I had known we were going here, I would have kept it pulled up from the other day, but I don't know if I still have it up. That is the money part. More money part. Yeah. So this is what I really think that I guess let me ask you this, because for me, I don't care what you believe the definition of Zionism. Please don't do that. I ask you, don't do that. So put yourself back on mute. Put yourself back on mute, because you have proven that you don't have impulse control. So I don't care what you consider the definition of Zionism to be, because the issue is the genocide that is happening to Palestinians. The issue is not just the 75,000, 77,000 people in the last 2.5 years, or the almost 30,000 children in that same time period. It's not just that, right? Like I said, it goes all the way back to the Nakba, right? And this idea that somehow the Palestinians don't have a right to their home, or that they don't have the right to live and breathe in the land that is also their ancestral home. And it is, right? So that is the issue that I have with the state of Israel. And that was the question. So the question was, do you support the country of Israel, the state of Israel, and what it is doing, right? And you said that you did, and so you're doing it again. This is what I mean. You don't know how to be respectful. And the reason that I know that this isn't about this homeland that is yours, because you're also doing it to the Lebanese people, right? This idea that somehow the state of Israel, the country of Israel, believes that it is entitled to Palestinians' lands, to the Lebanon, right, and their land, is just right, and Syria, is absolutely wild. It comes from a place of, and it reeks of this idea of superiority, and you are no more superior than anyone else, and not entitled to anything any more than anyone else. And the government of Israel gave its word in an agreement in 1948 as to what part of the land it would take. And it has continued to take and take and take and take and take and take more of that land at the expense of the Palestinian people, right? Killing them all the way along the route. So that's what I disagree with. And the only thing that I would like to know from you is why you think it's okay for Israel to continue to take more and more and more land away from the people that live there and kill them at the same time. Why do you believe that that's okay?
Okay, you said a lot of things there. I want to address.
But I said nope, because I said the only thing. Because I said the only thing. I said a lot, and then I asked you a specific question. So what I would like for you to do is address the question that I asked you.
I am addressing the question. So I am addressing the question.
I'm going to tell you right now that if you don't address the question that I asked you and you start to say something else, you're going to get muted.
I'm going to address the question fully how it needs.
No, you're going to address the question that I asked you. And if you don't, you're going to get muted. I'm just going to tell you.
You're trying. You want to have
because I have let you talk and talk and talk. And every time I speak, you interrupt me until this last time. And so I'm going to ask you one question and you can answer that question. So listen to the question again. The question is,
I'm going to answer you.
The question is, why do you think it is okay for Israel to continue to take more and more land at the expense of Palestinians and unalive them at the same time?
And I'm answering you that they are not taking any land, because in 1948, like you mentioned just now in what you're saying, there were two sides. There was the Israelis and the Jews said yes. The Arabs and the Palestinians said no. The Arabs and Palestinians went to war and they lost. And not only did they lose, they lost bad. And then in 1967, they tried to do the same thing again, and they lost the territories and all that. And then in 1973, they tried one more time, and it didn't happen. If Israel was trying to take land, why did it give back to Egypt all the Sinai? And the only reason why it made the kind of arrangements that we're in now is because they thought that Jordan was going to make peace with them in 1967 for the land, which didn't happen. And then we had Oslo in 1994, that if you understand how the West Bank is broken up, A, B, and C, Israel is not taking any more land from the Palestinians. They're all in Area C, which is all technically Israel proper. And Area B is Palestinian controlled, and it's Israel border controlled. And Area A is 100% Palestinian. I cannot walk into that area without get killed. And what's going on in Lebanon is in 1978, you had a group called the PLO, which became the PA. But the PLO were
So I didn't ask for this history lesson. I didn't ask for you to do any more. So you're going to hold on for a moment, because I spilled water and I need to get a towel. So just don't speak. So what we're going to talk about is one of the things that you said. And excuse me, no, because you said a lot. No.
You're right.
The answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no, because I asked you specifically about Palestine. So I'm asking you to hush now. I'm asking you to hush now. I'm asking you to be respectful and put yourself on mute. Thank you. So if you look at this document, folks, for everybody that is in here, this is a draft document. This was labeled secret until 2018. Okay. And then it was declassified here in the United States of America. If you see the website that I'm on, it's history.state.gov, right? Historical documents. And this is a draft memorandum from the Director of Office of the United Nations Affairs, whose name was Rusk, and the Undersecretary of State, whose name was Lovett. And it's dated May 4th, 1948. And here's what this document says. It says, subject, future course of events in Palestine. The refusal of the Jewish agency. So that's the refusal, not of Palestine. That's the refusal, not of Arabs. That's the refusal of the Jewish agency to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations in Palestine on the grounds that they could not accept the quote-unquote moral obligation to undertake such conversations, rather clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms. While it is possible that Arab acceptance of our proposal might place the Jewish agency in such a position via public opinion that it would have to go through the motions of looking for a truce, it seems clear that in light of the Jewish military superiority supplied by the British, which now obtains in Palestine, the Jewish agency will prefer to round out its state after May 15th, when the Brits would leave, and rely on its armed strength to defend that state from Arab counterattack. So this is what's important for everybody that is listening, is that this document says that it was, in fact, the Jewish agency, that is Israel, refused to have a truce with the Arabs in Palestine. And that because they had been equipped with weapons from the Brits, they were intending to expand its state, right? And then defend itself from Arab counterattack. So that means the Palestinians were defending themselves and attacking themselves in a counterattack, right? So next, here's what it says that's really important. Military operations after May 15th, because that's when the Brits are leaving, will probably be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance of the Jewish terrorist organizations Ergen and Stern. It's Ergen and Stern and the Haganah that became the IDF. Okay? And what we knew at that time, what the UN knew, and all the countries in the UN knew, was that there were going to be terrorist organizations joining with the Haganah to attack Palestinians. And it said copies of Consul General Watson's excellent reports, as set forth in his telegram 5:30 of May the 3rd, are attached. So the general from the Brits had given a report of what he believed was going to transpire after the Brits left on the 15th. So they attached them to this. And he says, and they provide the estimate of the British general officer commanding as to the probable course of military events after the British withdrawal on May 15th. And then it says, and this part's really important, if these predictions come true, we shall find ourselves in the UN confronted by a very anomalous situation. The Jews will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. However, the Jews will claim that they are merely defending the boundaries of a state which were traced by the UN and approved, at least in principle, by 2/3 of the UN membership. The question which will confront the Security Council in scarcely 10 days' time will be whether Jewish armed attack on Arab communities in Palestine is legitimate, or whether it constitutes such a threat to international peace and security as to call for coercive measures by the Security Council. So translated, what does that mean? That means if the Jewish agency, which is Israel, attacks Palestine, will it result to such a threat to international peace that the Security Council has to get involved? So if the rest of the world can continue to go on and not be disrupted, then they don't really give a shit what happens to Palestinians, but it's only if it interrupts everybody else. So then it says, and this part's really significant, the situation may be made more difficult and less clear-cut as is probable, other Arab armies from outside Palestine cross the frontier to aid their disorganized and demoralized brethren who will be the objects of Jewish attack. In the event of such Arab outside aid, the Jews will come running to the Security Council with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression, and they will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside Palestine, which is the cause of the Arab counterattack. There will be a decided effort, given this eventuality, that the United States will be called upon by elements inside this country to support the Security Council action against the Arab states. To take such action would seem to me to be morally indefensible. Do you hear that? It would be morally indefensible for the United Nations Security Council to take action against the Arab states. Because from the aspect of our relations with the Middle East and of our broad security aspects in that region, it would be almost fatal to pit forces of the United States and possibly Russia against the governments of the Arab world. Given this almost intolerable situation, the wisest course of action might be for the United States and Great Britain, the fuckers that mess up the whole world, with the assistance of France, because who can forget them, to undertake immediate diplomatic action, seeking to work out a modus vivendi between Abdullah of Transjordan and the Jewish agency. This modus vivendi would call for, in effect, a de facto partition of Palestine, along the lines traced by Sir Arthur Creech Jones in his remark to Ambassador Parati on May the 2nd, as indicated on page 3 of the UN's telegram, May 2nd, which has been drawn to your attention. In effect, Abdullah would cut across Palestine from Transjordan to the sea at Jaffa and would give Ibn Saud a port at Aqaba and appease the Syrians by some territorial adjustment in the northern part, leaving the Jews a coastal state running from Tel Aviv to Haifa. If some modus vivendi along these lines could be worked out peaceably, then the UN could give its blessings to the deal and leave Palestine basically defenseless against the attack of Israel. And this is a historical document that was, in fact, secure. It was secret until 2018 when it became declassified and put into government documents for the United States of America. So what I know for a fact, I don't give a shit what anybody says about anything. What I know for a fact is that on May the 4th, 1948, they were trying to get a truce between Israel and the Palestinians. And Israel said, absolutely fucking not. We cannot accept the moral obligation to do this, and we are going to round out our state, what we believe should be ours, by force. And then we're going to go running back to the Security Council, and we're going to say, oh, help us, the Arabs are attacking us, when in reality, it is the Arabs doing a counterattack because they are being attacked by the Israelis. That is the damn historical document. Period. It doesn't matter if you like the fact that the document exists or not, but it does. And every other historical document supports what this document is saying. There's not a single document out there that supports anything different than this. How do I know? Because, dear God in heaven, I've looked up a shit ton of them. All the way to, I actually know how the Rothschilds got the United States of America on board with this shit. I know why the Brits said yes, was because the Rothschilds could get the U.S. to get into World War I. That's how I know. Why would the U.S. say yes to the Rothschilds? Because the Rothschilds had all of the banks and all of the government loans and had built all the railroads in the United States of America and the first section of the New York subway. The Rothschilds held the money for the United States. Yep, they bailed out the U.S. And that is how they all got together. See? This is how it all happened. And the reason why I know this information is because I desire to know exactly, not because of some ideology, not because of how I was raised in church, but because what do the historical documents say? And this is what the historical documents say, whether you like them or not.
Can I comment?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. The document that you said was coming from an advisory piece, which is far from what really happened in reality. In reality, on May 4th, the U.S. was not trying to make peace. What the UN was trying to do...
The U.S. wasn't in here.
I'm saying the UN. Sorry, the UN was trying to prolong the Israelis from declaring independence for as long as they possibly can. When the British left, the mandate ended legally by the San Marino documents from the League of Nations. If we want to go all the way back to it being legal international law, Israel at that point should have existed from that point on as the country that we see. The fact is still the fact that Israel said yes to a partition plan where the rest of all the Arabs said no. In fact, Jordan, which was part of the Palestine mandate, was given to an Hashemite king for favors. Again, I agree with what you said. The British really screwed up this whole region big time. I agree with you. The British and the French really messed up this whole region in a colossal F-up. That being said, they gave 73%, 72%, whatever Jordan is, of the land to what should have been the Palestinian state. A majority of the people that live in Jordan are Palestinians. They're not Jordanians by trade. Now going back to the war, when war broke out War has consequences on both sides.
So what I would like for you to do is show me your historical documents, please.
Historical documents are exactly.
No. So here's the thing. Here's the difference.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not in front of my computer. I'm to go and start Googling and.
So tell me the name of the document, and I will be happy to look it up because I am in front of a computer.
What document are you trying? What document you want me to find?
Okay, so
Israel's Declaration of Independence. Wait, how about Israel's Declaration of Independence? How about what it says in there that all people? It doesn't say Jewish people. It says all people have the right to live in this land.
Yeah, and then your national state law does the difference. So listen, stop for a moment. Koganator, I am not. Yeah, their nation state law. Stop for a moment. What I am asking you for, right? Because what I just did was show you a historical document dated May 4th, 1948, that says unequivocally that they wanted a truce, and that it was the Jewish agency that said no to the truce. So that's on May 4th.
That document, but that's not what happened. That was an
opinion
piece.
No, that's not an opinion piece. That's a historical document. That is not an opinion piece.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's not an opinion piece.
It's not an opinion piece.
Oh, Dani.
It was an opinion piece that was created by Russ.
No, it's not an opinion piece, son. He literally said last night the Jewish agency said no to negotiations. That's not an opinion. He literally said the refusal. Listen to the opening sentence. The refusal of the Jewish agency last night to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations in Palestine on the grounds that they could not accept the quote-unquote moral obligation to undertake such conversations rather clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms. That is not an opinion. He said they refused our proposal to do the truce. Period. That's not an opinion.
So why did they accept the partition plan then?
So maybe you're not hearing me.
Why did they? My question is, if they refuse to make peace, why did they accept the UN partition plan? If what is all saying true, then the UN partition plan.
Because there was nothing to stop them. So I don't think that you caught the rest of it. So here was the rest of it. The only reason the UN would give a fuck is if what Israel did after that fact interfered with international peace. But if they could cut a side deal, right? And it appeased those people, right? Then what the hell? We're good with whatever they do to Palestine, right? So you have to understand that they had no reason not to agree to anything because they knew once the bricks were gone, they didn't give a fuck about Palestine. And if they had managed to cut a deal that kept anybody else from interfering, then it would be what it would be. That's it.
My brother, everything is racist.
I'm not saying anything is racist.
Everything is racist.
Where did I say racist?
Unfortunately, the European Ashkenazi folks are racist as well. Okay?
Where are you getting racist
that's what it comes down to. And it's really ironic that the tactics it's unfortunate that the tactics that your people have undertaken since 1948 are very similar to the much ballyhooed tactics that the man tried to do to your people.
What are you talking about? No one is saying anything about racism.
Okay, so let me, Island Boy. I think that will confuse him. So hold on one second. I think that will I understand what you're saying. Hold on for a second.
No, I get what he's saying. But it's being disjointed.
The Poganator. I want to go back to. Hold on. I want to go back to something that you asked me. Tell me when Israel agreed to the partition plan.
They agreed to the partition plan when they declared independence.
No, but when did they? No, when was it actually adopted? Okay, so that's important. Okay, so listen, that's why I'm asking you. Listen, that's why I'm asking you. Because they adopted it November 29th of 1947. So that means that Israel agreed to the partition plan prior to the May 4th document of 1948 that I just showed you. So they agreed to the partition plan, but then we're still fighting with the Arabs to take more. You hear what I'm saying? They were. Listen, hold on. Just, I know this is difficult, but just listen for me for a second. Okay. Just listen. So I want to show you. Give me 1 second. I know this is difficult, but just follow the timeline. Okay. So if I look at this, right, this broke out after the Brits left, right? But it was actually accepted. The partition plan was accepted, right? Which is the partition resolution, November 29th of 1947. Okay. So Israel agreed to this in 1947, right? But then on May 4th, they were like, okay, there's still infighting going on because Israel was still moving into other places that was not in this partition plan. And so they said, listen, we need to have a truce. And the Jewish agency, which is Israel, said, no, we're not going to. We believe that we have a moral obligation to take more of this land. And so that was the problem. And then the powers, and so listen, I'm not disillusioned at all. I know who the United States of America is. I know who the Brits are. I know who the West is. I do. And so what I know is that the West basically hung Palestine out to dry. And they said, unless this becomes a big enough issue that it disrupts the rest of the international world, right? We don't really care. So they just left Palestine to be what Palestine would be. After they brought European Jews to that land, they then armed them and trained them, right?
Who armed them? Who
the
armed
Brits.
Them? The Brits.
And you know,
did not arm the
and you know
Jews.
what's so crazy?
Those the Czechs that gave the Jews arms. The Brits actually took away all the guns and tried to make life very difficult for the Jews.
The United States did too. Come on,
the United States was not friendly for Israel at this point.
Can we just stop for a moment? Can we just stop for a moment? I don't care if Santa Claus armed the Israelis. I literally don't give a damn. The point is, the Jewish state of Israel had weapons and a military, and they used them against Palestinians, right? It doesn't matter where they got them from. And that was after they agreed to the partition. That's the point.
So let's say all this is, we're going to say it's true, okay? We're not going to play hypothetical.
Right, because it is.
Okay? No. Okay, now, 7 armies attacked Israel. 7 armies attacked. 7 armies lost. Israel, they stopped right before they got to what I call Judea and Samaria, what you call the West Bank, and it shouldn't even be the West Bank because it's considered the West Bank of Jordan. So put that aside as semantics. So they stopped at that point in time.
So
at that point in time, in 1948, when the war ended, the Arabs of that area were all granted Jordanian citizenship. They were all Jordan. Jordan did not even mention a word of Palestine. Neither did Egypt and Gaza. Now, in Egypt, they did not give them citizenship, and I know that the Egyptians treated these people even worse than anything else, and I agree to that, and I know that's true. But from Judea, Samaria, where the Jordanians had control, they occupied it from 1948 to 1967. At that point in time, not a single person decided to make, hey, we're Palestinian, we're this, we're that. In fact, the term Nakba that you use, the term Nakba was coined by Constantine Xerxes, who was a scholar, and for the Syria.
Koganator, hold on.
Wait, I just want to, this is all facts. So
no, but it's not facts. And let me share with you the difference. Let me share with you the difference. So listen, Koganator, here's the difference. When I give you a fact, let me share this with you. Okay, hold on. When I tell you that something is fact, then what I do is I produce the document that shows you the fact that I'm giving you, right? And I understand that you're not near a computer. What I have said to you is, tell me the name of the document, and I will look up the document for you. I am happy to look up any document that you have.
Okay. So look up Konstantin Zerkis, and you'll see that he coined the term.
But you do understand that it doesn't matter who coined the term. So you understand. So listen. So no, it doesn't. So listen. Here's the thing that I really want you to grasp. Listen. If hold on, because I meant to share something. Sorry. You guys over here, I'm really sorry. I forgot this part. So give me a second. All right. Here's the bottom line. Okay. And this part's really important. All right. If we know that 1947, Israel and everyone agreed to this partition resolution, right? Israel, the UN, they adopted this partition resolution, November 29th of 1947. That means Israel agreed that the portion that they had was the portion that they were given, and that's their portion, period. So from that moment forward, anything that Israel attempted to get, right, they were in the wrong, period, because they agreed to this partition resolution. So anything they attempted to take after that fact, they were wrong. And we know that they were still attempting it because in 1948, we knew this was going to be an issue when the Brits pulled out. So when you say to me, Sarah, 7 Arab countries or whatever attacked you, when you say that to me, I would say to you, no, they didn't attack you. They were defending themselves. You understand? Because they would not have needed to attack you if you all weren't attacking them, right? And so this is the part that you don't understand. For the moment that Israel proceeded to take more, the moment that happened, right? Anything that occurred, and I don't care if it happened the next day or it happened a decade later or if it happened in 2023, any day that occurred, it is still in defense of what is rightfully theirs and Israel said was theirs back in 1947. Israel said it. So that's the part that's really important. Israel said it's theirs in 1947. So anything that was taken after that date, it shows Israel went back on their word. Period.
If you want, what about in 1947 in November, the Arabs started right after, it wasn't hours, it wasn't days, it was minutes, right after the UN vote, the Arabs started blocking roads and attacking Jewish townships. So the Arabs started attacking. Now, was there infighting going on? Yes and no. Yes, no, yes. There's fighting on all sides going on. From 1929 Hebron massacre to 1939 to all this other times, whatever it is. The point is that Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon.
So let me be clear.
Wait, all came in with their armies in 1948.
Hold on.
Now
Hold on, Covenanter. Listen, this is what's important for you to understand about this. And I really need you to hear me when I say this, okay? I want you to, just for one moment, I would like for you to put on the glasses of Palestinians for just a moment, okay? Because Palestinians are going about their business. They're in their land, they're living life, they're doing whatever they do, right? And all of a sudden, because white Christians were persecuting European Jews, all of a sudden, the British think that they can bring people to their land and give it away, right? But now here's what's crazy about this, okay, is before that, in 2015, the British made a deal. The British made a deal with the Arab countries. And they said, with the exception of Syria and Egypt, right, if you uprise against the Ottoman Empire, right, then we will recognize and uphold your independence as Arab nations, including Palestine, right? Including Palestine. So that is the deal. Let me finish.
Correct.
Let me finish. So that was in 1915. And then the Brits went behind the Arab nations' back, right? And they made a deal with the French called the Sykes-Picot Agreement, right? And then what happened? Yeah, I know. Dieta Hassin happened before that. I know. So, but just listen. So then you have the Brits in the middle of a war that is becoming costly and becoming burdensome. And they want the United States to join that war in World War I. So then they cut a deal with the Zionist Federation, right? So the Brits cut a deal with the Arabs, then with the French, and then with the Zionist Federation. And they said, you know what? His Majesty will absolutely help you establish a national home for Jewish people in Palestine. Notice he said in Palestine, which means Palestine did exist because that's where they said they wanted it to be, right? So that's what they said. And then they said, but listen, we also need you to do us a favor. We need you to get the United States of America to join into World War I with us because this shit is getting really expensive, hella expensive. And so the Rothschilds, who owed everything, so the Rothschilds, who the United States of America owed everything to, then said, hey, USA, we need you to help out over here. And sure enough, several months later, that's exactly what happened. In the spring of 1948, the United States of America joins World War I. That's exactly what happened. And so this is the part that I need you to understand, okay? All of this were deals that were made that the Palestinians never agreed to. They never agreed to it. And so this is the thing that... What?
Back then, there was no group called Palestinians.
But they were, because it was a land called Palestine.
It was only called Palestine because it was called Palestine as a region.
No, it was called Palestine because it was Palestine. So here's what we don't do. We do not apply European Western standards to the rest of the world. So Palestine doesn't have to be Palestine because the West says it's Palestine. Palestine is Palestine because that's the name of where it was. And the people that are there are Palestinians.
No, I hear what you're saying. So at what point in history do we go back to the original name of what the land was called?
Okay.
At what point in history do we say that this part is this and this is that? At what point do we say that?
So
because there's historical documents going all the way back to the beginning of, biblical times. I don't bring the Bible into any of my arguments. So I'm not even invoking that. I'm just saying there's historical documents that say all the way back to what the area is called Judea.
Okay, so hold on for a second. I have something for you. Give me 1 second. So let me just, hold on. I'm going to show you something. Give me just a moment. I'm going to show you something. Give me just a moment. So there's my poem. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's Palestine. Do you see how far back it's called Palestine?
By the Romans. Right, it was called by the Romans.
Go all the way back. Nope. Go all the way back. Go all the way back to this Egyptian hieroglyphic inscription of Ramses in 1200 BCE. All of that is Palestine.
No.
Yes, it is, sir.
I don't know.
This is historically, screenshot it and go look it up.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll look it up, but I can tell you that is not.
That is absolutely accurate.
Because the Romans,
Your cognitive
the Romans
dissonance is
after
showing, my man. You're being presented with a set of facts that goes against your ideology. That goes against
I can show facts. I can show facts that the sky is green.
Stop
it doesn't. No, it's
this
not.
Is what's so
The
Romans about you.
The Romans named it after our cultural revolt.
Stop it.
So
You were lied to, my man.
I was lied to. Yes, the Bible lied. Yes.
Well, the Bible does. Listen, you just said you're not invoking the Bible, so don't do it now.
This is crowd control, my man.
So,
you were lied to. This is what they have to do.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
Stop.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm going to do.
DM it to me. I want to take a look at it.
Excuse me for a moment. Here's what I'm going to do, because you've had a lot of leeway to speak. And you said you're an Israeli, right? Are you, let me ask you this. Are you an Israeli, or do you just live in Israel?
I am a...
Where were you born?
I'm Israeli.
Where were you born?
In America.
So you're an American.
I'm an American Israeli. Israeli-American right now. Actually.
No.
Israel is my nationality.
Nope. The United States of America is your nationality.
No, I live in Israel now, which is my nationality.
Yeah, you might have dual citizenship, but you are a native-born American. You might have dual citizenship, but you are a native-born American.
Again, as an ethno-religion, that Judaism...
We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about religion. You've lived in Israel for 8 years. So listen. So stop. I'm not having a conversation with you. I keep telling you. We are not talking about religion. Stop.
I'm not saying religion. I'm saying ethno-religion.
So listen, we are again not talking about religion. Okay, so just stop. So what I'm going to do is, you are someone who has been on the Israeli side of things, and so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give the floor to Abu Sarraj, who is Palestinian. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
Thank you so much. Let somebody else talk, who knows what they're talking about. But I was on the show with you when you broke down the Rothschilds connection.
Yes.
And you blew my mind with that, and I went and checked it out separately, because that's what I do.
Yep.
And wow, boom, like yo. And this is the thing. He's had some serious cognitive dissonance there. Everything he's being told, right? It's part of course, what they do here in the United States, what they've done in Europe. They need people to do certain things so that the country, the social construct of a country, can remain cohesive. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain level of cognitive dissonance that especially European folks are afflicted with, and they have not yet come to grips with. And matter of fact, they get violent when anybody tries to get them to look at it. And that's what we're seeing right now, you know? Yeah.
Well, hang out for a minute. Unless you have to go somewhere. I would definitely want to give Abu Sarraj.
I'm just having some lunch,
Sweet.
I'm listening to you guys while I'm working. So
love it. Salam, Abu Sarraj.
Hi, Dani, and hi, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. There's so much to speak about, after hearing this conversation. First of all, we need to remember the Balfour Declaration. We need to remember that the British promised the land of Palestine, our land, to the Jewish people. As a result, before 1948, we as Arabs, as Palestinians, and all of the neighboring countries in the region, we knew and we realized that the Jewish people are coming to Palestine in order to expand and take over the land. As a result, when we started watching them, their numbers are increasing and they are arming themselves, and they decided to take lands and claim it as their own. The resistance started before 1948. For example, the Arab Revolt against the British mandate and against the Jewish immigrants, because they did not come to Palestine with any good intention. As a result, we tried to fight back, and we began with our resistance against the occupation. That's happened. So us knowing about the Balfour Declaration told us exactly what the Jewish people were planning to do in Palestine. They were planning to take it all. That's the first point that I wanted to clarify. So any kind of attacks carried out by the Arabs are defending ourselves, because we know their intention, we know why they came to this land, and as a result, we acted upon it, and we tried to defend ourselves and push the occupation out. They carried out bombings. For example, the Haifa bombings in 1930. and they kept attacking the Palestinian markets, the Palestinian figures. There's even a group called Lehi, Lehi, who carried out assassinations against Arab figures and against as well as British officials. So what I'm trying to say, guys, when you hear about the Balfour Declaration and you know their intention, you know their plan, what are we supposed to do? To just watch him doing that without anything? Of course not. We decided to resist. But the problem is not here, guys. The problem is that when you talk to the Israelis or the Zionists, they always try to distract us from what they are doing right now. And they started speaking about the past or what happened long time ago, because they have the chance to maneuver and to gaslight. But when it comes to now, the reality that we are witnessing, they cannot. The question is, when there is a peaceful nation trying to form itself and establish their country, they build, they grow, they try to be peaceful. But let's take a closer look at Israel and what they have been doing since the beginning of their establishment. Look how they are attacking their neighboring countries. Look how many thousands of Palestinians they have killed. How many thousands of Lebanese they have killed. How many Yemenis they have killed. How many Iranians they have killed. How many Syrians they have killed. So basically, guys, let's take a look at their plans. When you hear the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu coming out in a conference talking about his sacred dream of establishing the greater Israel that will include Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq. So when you hear something like that, what are we supposed to be doing in this scenario? What their actions and their statements is what legitimizes the Palestinian resistance. And that's why we are going to keep fighting until we get our liberation. So they are attacking all of their neighboring countries. They captured more land in Lebanon, more land in Syria. So this tells you a lot about their intention. So whatever the Arabs or the Palestinians do is definitely justified, because we are dealing with a colonial settler regime that is all about expansion. This is the question. They claim that everything they are doing is for security reasons, but we need to ask the question. Are they doing this for security matters, or are they doing this because they have an intent of expansion? And that is the reality about the Israeli occupation, that they want to expand. They want to take everything. They want to take over with the help of the US administration. When you hear the American ambassador to Israel saying that he has no problem if Israel took over the whole Middle East, what are we supposed to be doing in this case? You hear statements from American officials, from Israeli officials who support the genocide of the people of Palestine, who support the war crimes committed against the people of this region, and then they blame us for resisting. He's acting like a victim and saying that, oh, we attacked them. You came here to fucking take our land. What were you expecting?
If you notice, he left.
No, I see, because he knows he cannot confront a Palestinian. He can try to twist facts in front of the Americans, but he cannot face the indigenous people of this land, because he knows that he will be exposed. He knows that he's lying, and everything they say is a lie. And you don't have to go back 100 years to judge Israel. Just look at what they are doing now, and you will see their intention. That's my point. And every time I go to panels, I tell them, don't allow them to take you back 100 years ago. Look at what they are doing now, and you will know their intention. Listen to the statements of their officials. There is no debate in that. You don't need to debate the fact that they want to expand. They want to kick us all. They want to take everything.
Yeah.
And another fact is, no matter what they do, we are not going anywhere. As the people of Palestine, we will keep fighting no matter what. They have dropped like thousands and thousands of bombs on Gaza. We're still here. They have done everything they can to push the people of the West Bank out, but they are still there. So no matter what they do, we will keep fighting until we get our liberation. Because the difference between us and them is that we are not afraid of dying for our cause. But they are. They care so much about their fancy life that they are not willing to take a risk. But for us, it's not the case. We love Palestine so much that we are willing to die for it. And if that is the price that we have to pay so that our kids one day can live on a free Palestine, we are willing to pay it.
You know, one thing I want to say, right? You mentioned something about the security. And again, as I said earlier, everything's racist. There's a certain ideology that I find a lot of Europeans have. Europeans, due to their white narcissism, seem to think that everybody is like that. Their expression of their humanity is how everyone is. Everyone else expresses their humanity. Europeans have only prospered due to colonialization, rape, brutalization, extermination, extreme violence, nihilistic violence, with no quarter given to even babies. So, in a sense, when they hear you talking about you fighting for your liberation, Europeans, and of course the people in charge of that place over there, they're European derived, even though they've imbibed some of the same kind of ideologies of the European progenitors. Europeans seem to think that, wait, if they get freedom and they get equality, they're going to do the same things to us that we did to them. And they must want to do that to us because that's the way we see that human beings operate. That's the way humanity is supposed to be. And that is a very white narcissistic thing to do because narcissists seem to think that the way they see the world is how the world is. And they insist that everyone that they come into contact with that's in their sphere of influence has to be the same way they are. Which is why, when you think about that, you see why it's so absurd. The oppressor's outrage, right? Which is what we've been seeing. And what we're seeing right now in the United States against Black people and people of color in the United States is very similar, very colonial, right? It's like, well, if they want freedom, they're going to want to do the same thing back to us like what we did to them. Like, the Israelis know what they did back after the agreement in 47. They know what they did. They know what they've been doing from decades from since then. And they think that people want to do the same thing back to them. And let's be real. There are some segments of the oppressed population who would love to return the favor to them. And that's a very expected and understandable human reaction to being oppressed, to being the victims of nihilistic wholesale violence just based on who you are. So they're going to use the small amount of people that have tried to return the favor to them and try to paint the entire group as if they're this huge threat. They want to wipe them out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's not true. That has never been the case. The Palestinians have never been the case. As a matter of fact, throughout the various programs that Jews have had throughout Europe, sultans sent ships over there to pick up Jews and take them back to Palestine and other places in the Middle East to offer them safety. The Muslim world has offered Jews sanctuary in the various countries during the centuries of pogroms and genocide that European Christians inflicted on them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just fact. That's just happened. And it's really ironic, as I was telling them earlier, that they now are taking the same kind of tactics, even rhetorically, that the last push for GSAT against them, that person in Germany did. Yeah. They're almost identically mirror image of what he did to them. The rhetoric, the tactics, the bait and switch, they call it the Reichstag. They call it the Reichstag fire. They're doing similar things all the time. Matter of fact, the H group would not have existed if not for a collaboration between them and our premier agency to try and undercut Yasser Arafat's efforts to form a true two-state solution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like, and this is the thing, he can't accept it. It's like there's serious cognitive dissonance among European people, right? Globally right now. They're being made to reckon with the, like, yeah, you're not the good guy. You're not the good guy. And God didn't really bless you. Matter of fact, you've been manipulated. You've been subject to crowd control to basically make you do unthinkable things that will damn your soul if you're religious. You know? And they cannot wrap their heads around that. No, that can't be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I saw, Dani. He was just, you presented him with facts and he just could not accept it.
Well, and so this is my thing. I think that, and especially like, I don't expect it. That's why I kept saying, I know that this is difficult. And the reason why I said that is because anytime that, and yeah, James is super patient. I think that, you know, it has to be difficult to hear, especially because this is an American guy who says he moved to Israel 8 years ago, claims he's been to Gaza, claims he's been to the West Bank. I don't know if you all heard that or not, but he said he'd been to Gaza, said he'd been to the West Bank, which whatever. I'm not here to say one way or the other. Somebody else would know better than I am if better than I can, if that's a possibility. But you know, right. If he has, then he's IDF 100%. And so that's why I don't want to like argue with him, because I could tell he was having a difficult time. And I heard him even looking up stuff as I was showing some of the documents. Right. So yeah, 100%. Abu Saraj, I'm really, really grateful. Girl, I ain't DMing his ass at all. He can Google it. I am not Googling his ass. He can Google it. I told him to take a screenshot while I had it on the screen. If he didn't, that's on him. Just saying. So yeah, I ain't fooling with that boy. But yeah, no, Abu Staraj,
Dani,
go ahead.
Dani, honestly, I hold that thought. Okay, I just want to say this. So this dude, he moved to Israel 8 years ago. He's an American. He claims it as his own land.
Yep.
And he has a better life than all of the Palestinians living in Palestine. I bet he has access to the West Bank, as he said. He has access to the city of Jerusalem, where I, the Palestinian, who has been living my whole fucking life here, I cannot go to Jerusalem, I cannot go to Ramallah, I cannot go to the West Bank. I don't have the same freedom he has. I don't have the quality of life that he has. And they want us to accept this bullshit.
Right.
It's really sad. He's an example of how this is another example of the Jewish immigration to Palestine. This guy, just because he's probably Jew, he has the right to be here, and he has a better life than all of the Palestinians who are living here. How the fuck is that fair?
Yeah.
And how they expect us to accept it and live with it? Well, hell no, we're not going to accept it.
Yeah, he kept trying to make it about religion, and I kept not allowing him to do that, because I know that the point behind that, right, is to try to hurt the live, and I'm not going to let him do that. Yeah, Abu Saraj, he literally wanted to say that Judaism and Zionism is the same thing. And I said, no, the fuck it's not. It's not the same thing. And whatever. So yeah, it's not the same thing. I want to let James have a second. Abu Saraj, if you could do me a favor, because I had a Pally panel yesterday. If you can just let folks know, I said it yesterday. We're going to do another Pally panel tomorrow, but not today. If you can let them know. Thanks.
اوكي نو بروبلم. اهل غزه رجاء كل الناس اللي من غزه اللي بتسمعنا، داني بتقولكم انه اليوم هي ما راح تطلع ناس من غزه، ما راح تقدر تساعد حدا لانه في عندها شويه مواضيع بدها تحكي عنهم. فرجاء يعني اي حدا من غزه بنتظر من اجل الدعم، اليوم ما راح يكون في دعم، ان شاء الله بوقت تاني هي بتحدده. وشكرا لكم.
Shukran. That's all I can say after all that. I've got to get better. I've got to expand my my Arabic because I don't know too much. I got to do better. But thank you for that, James. I know you've been here with for a long time, being very, very patient. Thanks, Don Juan. Appreciate you. Is there something you wanted to jump in and add to it? I don't even know. James might be like, hell no. James might be back at work by now, y'all. Yeah, he does listen. Yeah, so I think that's a no. Okay, no worries. But remember, y'all, James was up with me for a long time yesterday too, so it's okay. Yeah, I can say shway shway. I can say inta galbi. I can say keep halik. I can say alhamdulillah, inshallah, masha'Allah. I can say what else can I say? I know Siti means auntie. Did y'all see my lights flicker? Yep, I can say Habibi and Habibti. I'm trying to think of like what else. Yeah, I got to get better though.
You have to learn Tiglagish.
What?
You must have heard this before. Tiglagish. It means don't worry, no worries. Usually when we say it, it means that you have to worry. Tiglagish.
Tiglagish?
Yes.
Tiglagish.
It's a very popular Gazan term. Tiglagish, which means don't worry.
Tiglagish. Tiglagish. Okay. It's probably not spelled the way I just spelled it, but I spelled it the way I can say it. Tiglagish. Oh, and I can say bukra.
You said it right. Tiglagish.
Tiglagish. Okay, I got it. And then I can say bukara, which is bukra, which is tomorrow. I learned that one.
That's right.
Yep, bukra. I learned that one the other day. Yep. Girl, not me spelling it right too. Not me spelling it right. I'm excited. So yeah, yesterday was the only person that, hey folks, listen, I'm going to bring Zena up. Zena's having a really hard time. She wasn't here yesterday, folks, for the panel. If we could help her out, that would be amazing. She is having a really difficult time. So alaikum salam, sis. Okay. I asked if you were around yesterday. So glad to see you today. Glad to see you. So yeah. Abu Saraj, it is wild to me how people still can't get this, and why this is so difficult. And, like when he first joined my panel, he said, well, Jews have been persecuted all around the world. And my thing is, but you're not the only one, right? You're not the only one. And you're not the only group of people that have had a GSAD committed against them, right? You're not. And I don't have anything against Jewish people, right? At all. I have an issue with the government of Israel, the state of Israel, and that I have an issue with the people that try to make any criticism of Israel about Jewish people when it's not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part that I have. Why are you looking for something that is not there? Right? It's not there. And the thing that makes me upset is like, you act like Israel doesn't deserve to be criticized. Of course they fucking do. Of course they do. They are literally unaliving everybody possible. Abu Saraj, I didn't even check my message the other day. So Muhammad OS, he does this sometimes, and I know he doesn't mean any harm, but he does it without any warning, right? And so Yes, the other day he DM'd me. I want to say 2 days ago. He DM'd me pictures, and they are really, really graphic pictures of these beautiful babies that Israel unalived 2 days ago, right? And they are graphic. And so he'll do that sometimes, and he'll send them to me. And before with no, like the picture will come first, and then the description comes second, because he's trying to tell me what has happened. But I just open it, and then like there's all of that. You know what I mean?
I know what that's like. For years, I've been getting those kind of pictures. I used to get those kind of pictures and film footage sent to me, and I had to politely ask people, please don't do that.
But see, I can't. And I'll tell you, but I'll tell you what
pops up. And I honestly, like, I used to have like warn me that you're gonna send me that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But like something, it pops up, and before you know it, like there's been times I've actually swooned, like swooned, because when I realize what it is, actually, my head starts to spin.
Yeah.
And I can't wrap my head around the grotesqueness of what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, what?
And so this but the reason why I don't
images that are forever seared in my brain.
Yeah.
Which fuels my, I know you heard a little bit of my fury. You know, it fuels my fury, because I'm just like, you cannot. And then they use the excuse, oh, why are you criticizing the only Jewish state in the world? Come on, man.
This is my thing.
Really?
This is my thing. I don't say anything to him because they don't get to have it filtered. They don't get to have it filtered. They don't. They can just go ahead, Abu Siraj.
Dani, the thing is, because I have dealt with people in the West before, I understand how it can be shocking for people watching images like this. But for the people of Gaza who have never been out, who have never been who had no interaction with any Western people, we grew up here in Gaza watching this,
right,
almost all the time,
right,
to the point that some people think that this is the normal life,
right,
that this is always happening. Imagine how much you felt by watching these pictures. Imagine how did we feel when we had to rush and carry those bodies ourselves, when we see our kids being butchered and torn into pieces. So, I'm sorry that he did that.
It's
because
okay.
He doesn't understand that it is shocking, you know?
I know he doesn't. He's done it. This isn't the first time, you know what I mean? It's just the first time in a minute. And I don't ever say anything. And the reason I don't ever say anything is because, number one, I know that he would never do anything to purposely cause me any pain. Like, I know that. I also know that he knows that I will share with people in the West what's happening in Gaza, right? He knows that I will tell people. And he wants us to see what's happening. He wants us to see and to know what's happening. And I can't say anything about that, because if I were there, I would want you to see and know what's happening. It's why there's this delicate balance. Because even like yesterday, I was so happy. I get so excited when I see you all. You have no idea. And the reason I don't do Pally panels every day is because I don't want to put the pressure on my community, because I know many of them are struggling as well, right? If I could do a Pally panel every day, I would do one every day, but I don't, because I don't want to put that pressure on the community either. But so when I do the Pally panel, and I do get to see everybody, and you guys get to turn your cameras on, and I get to see everybody having conversations with each other, like, I'm just so happy. And at the same time, it is very bittersweet. Like, I'm so concerned about Allah Shak Shak and whether or not he's going to get what he needs for his heart stuff, right? Like right now, I got to send something to a friend of mine to see if she can help out because Bilal's wife needs her treatment again. And so anyway, I don't understand people's lack of compassion and humanity. I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it. You know what I mean? I do not have any desire to understand it at all. I hope I never get to a place where I understand it. And I told my mom this the other day when we were having a conversation. If there were a chosen people, right? If there were a chosen people, it would be the people of Palestine and it would be the people of Africa. It would be that region. If there were such a thing, you know what I mean? Because the West has taken so much from people, especially from that portion of the world. And it's beyond anything. We have no right to it. And when people say, but it didn't have borders, because borders is a Western thing. Borders is a Western thing. Borders is not the thing of like Africa was Africa. Yes, there were tribes in different places, right? But there weren't borders. There weren't there wasn't this division until the West made it so, right? And then they proceeded to commit a genocide in the Congo afterwards. And so in the West's attempt to civilize all of us, the reality is that the West is the one that is uncivilized, right? So I just, I know that there have been times when we've butted heads in different situations and at different times. And I remember when you came back to my live after that happened, Abusrajan, you said that you were glad I still kept my 7. And me having a bump in the road with you would never change how I feel about Palestine. Never. It would never make me not have a Pally panel. It would never make me feel any different. I can bump heads with people that I love, but it doesn't change how I feel about what's right for you. The 7th is October 7th, right? And that's my acknowledgement of my support for Palestinians. So, yeah, just so you know.
Sister, you're very expensive for us. Wallah, sister, your kids is very expensive for us. Yani, I feel of you, and we are honored to know you and honored to know every part and family. Dani, we are proud of you. We feel you're supporting us of gifting, of wording, of asking of us also. When I was missed yesterday, I know a lot of people ask about me, and that's meaning for me a lot of wallahi. It's I was tired yesterday. I can't join with you. When I check in my message, I found a lot of friends ask about me, and that's it's mean a lot of for me. That's someone thinking, caring of me, and you, Sister Dani. Really appreciate you, appreciate your feeling, appreciate your tears. Now I know that in the other side in this world, some people care of us, know of us, love us, and that's wallahi honor to us.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe my words didn't help, but I want, really, I want to reach these things. That's really, wallahi, we love all of you, sister. Appreciate your standing with us. Really, wallahi, thank you, sister, from my deep hearts. Wallahi, from my deep hearts. Your tears is very expensive for me, wallahi, sister.
It is, because we truly do love you all. And like, we have conversations about how much we love you all and how angry we are with our country and with our government and with our Congress. And so like it's one of the reasons why so many of us we work as hard as we can, because we understand, right, that our government is complicit. And so we do. You can see them in the comments. I don't, not today. Thanks, Mama Dukes. I don't have to get them, but we do. We love you all. I am so, I don't have a lot of fear, like ever, right? And I don't speak fear. I have a concern. Let me say it a different way. Every day that I get on this app, or every day that I open my WhatsApp, I need to be able to see that Abu Sraj can text me back, or that Zena is on this panel, or Mohammed OS, or Bilal, or Raja, or Alash, or like I need to be able to see that all of those people that we have come to know and love are still here. You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
I'll tell you something, Dani.
Be strong for us, sister.
Oh, 100%.
Be strong for us, because we get the strong from you, sister. When you hear you speak about us all the times, we get this strong from you. Please don't cry. I didn't want to see your tears anymore, wallahi, sister, because wallahi, we love you.
Yeah, we love you too. I love you too. 100%. It's why
Dani, you're human. You can't, like, I don't know how many times I've personally wept, and like, you know, this whole thing, when I think about it, sometimes I can't sleep. Yeah, it messes with, I can't sleep. I'm up late, you know, going over images. Like, I once witnessed somebody that I followed. I don't remember their name at this point, but I didn't really know them well. But I followed them. They were live streaming what was happening during the most recent October attacks, right? And as I was watching that person live stream, they were unalived.
Yeah, I couldn't.
During the live stream. And that, I still remember that to this day. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I can't. Whew, I can't. I'm this. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's, you know.
Dani.
Yes, Abu Siraj.
I don't know if you heard about this, but a couple of days ago, something happened in Syria. There was a massacre carried out against almost 40 civilians in Syria at the early beginning of the Syrian revolution. It was carried out by some officers of the Syrian army back then. And they were able to recognize one of them. And they identified the victims, in which, like, the victims were blindfolded. Mm-hmm. And this officer was telling them to walk and run. And they dug a hole in front of them where they are blindfolded. They fall into the hole, and then he shoots them. So this guy got arrested 2 days ago. And when I saw him being arrested, I cried, because I saw a video of the families of the victims finally getting justice. They know that this guy who took their loved ones away from them, this guy is finally gonna get what he deserves. Yeah. And I really hope that the people of Palestine will get justice one day, and we will see those who are responsible for our suffering paying for what they have done to the people of Palestine, because it's been too many casualties, too many losses, and we deserve justice. And 100%. I really hope to see Netanyahu one day being held responsible for everything he has done, not only him, but all of the other Israeli officials who have blood on their hands. Yeah. And every Israeli settler who played a role in occupying our land and attacking our villages and then unaliving our people. I really hope that accountability is gonna be a main factor of the justice that the people of Palestine deserve.
And I do believe that that's coming. Like, I do believe that that's coming. I said this yesterday. It is a difficult time that we are living in, but we are in a time that is so important because all of the systems are crumbling. The mask that everybody that Israel wore for everybody, or the glasses that everybody had on, and the way that people viewed Israel, all of that is changing. All of that, the way that people have seen this country, the United States of America, it's changing. And so it is definitely a lot. And it is necessary, right? And so I do believe 100% that that accountability is coming. And it is incumbent upon all of us that are here in the US. Yep, I call it the death rattle, y'all. I do. I call this time period the death rattle. It is that last little uprising that comes before it completely goes away. And that's what we're in. And it's why it's so incumbent upon everybody that can in the United States of America to do work for the next 6-7 months. We have to, and beyond, but especially the next 6-7 months, we have to work our asses off. There can be no excuses. We cannot be tired. We cannot give up. We cannot be frustrated. We must do everything possible so that we can change what's happening in our Congress, because that is the first step. That is the first step to accountability all the way across the board. And so that's why it's so important and really necessary for us to do the work that it's on us. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves 100%. So, listen, I want to say this to everybody. Tomorrow is going to be a Pally panel tomorrow. So if you have the ability, listen to me. If you have the ability to charge up for tomorrow, then do that. If you don't have the ability, know that your energy and your intention is honored. So this is what I mean by that. If you desire to give in your heart and you don't have it in your bank, just know that that energy is met and that need will be met some other way. It will come from someone else. You understand? Remember that a bunch of these folks, no way, well, it's okay, Wawa. It's okay. Remember that in my link tree, many of these individuals have direct links. I have one that I need to add. So I just want everyone to know that you can send things directly to those individuals. Abu Siraj, I feel like I need to give you like the biggest hug possible. I just feel like I feel like you are so tired right now and so frustrated. Just know that if I could, I would wrap my arms around you and I would give you the biggest, longest hug possible at this moment. So just.
Thank you, Dani. I'm not gonna lie. So, listen, guys. I've lost my job after October 7th, and all this time, all I have is like time to think, and I think, and I overthink about everything we have gone through. What's gonna happen to us in the coming days, the future. When I'm going to be able to live my life, to meet my ambition, to make my dreams come true. I think about everything, and unfortunately, there is no hope looming in the horizon. That's the sad part, is that we hear news coming that they might consider attacking the Gaza Strip intensively anytime soon, and that the negotiations are not leading anywhere, and we don't know what to do. The thing is that we're just waiting for the unknown.
Yeah.
We think about all the possibilities, whether we are going to be displaced, what I'm gonna do if some of my family members were injured or unalived, what I'm going to do if we had to live in tents, what I'm going to do if we couldn't find food or medication for my parents, what I'm gonna do when my nieces feel cold and there's no way to make them feel warm. A lot of questions, but no answers. We don't know what we are going to do. And it's so difficult, it's so exhausting to be living in this condition where you are stuck at the same point and you have totally no control over your life. That's what the Israelis are subjecting the people of Gaza to. They don't want us to feel any kind of stability, and it's just been too long.
Yeah, it has
And
been.
nothing is changing to the better. Nothing. It is so frustrating. It is so painful to be living in this condition. And I wish that there's something that we can do to change that. At the beginning of this, Dani, I was really excited about telling everyone, because I thought that when I do so, I'm going to make a difference. I thought that people didn't know back then and that they need to know. And once they know, the whole world is going to turn against Israel and they will help us.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this is not happening fast enough. And every day passes, more and more people are suffering. Like the images you saw, it happened a couple of days ago. They targeted 5 Palestinians, including 3 children.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything. They didn't pose a threat. And they died. They are no longer with us.
So
and this can happen to any of us, Dani. It can happen to any of us. And it's killing me to think about it every fucking day.
So let me just say this. Number one, you have made an intensive difference. Me and my entire community wouldn't know what we know. We wouldn't be able to share what we share had we not met you all. So you have to understand that first and foremost. You have made a significant impact across. 100%. In addition to that, it is turning. It's not fast enough. It's not nearly fast enough. I agree. But the world is turning against those people. The world is turning. And so it's our job here in the States and around the world to help push it faster. And it increases day by day by day. The more they try to force it on us, the more they try to force us to stay, the faster it's going to change. The harder they try to pull us back is the harder we will push forward. So just know that it is coming. It is coming, and we will do everything we can to make it come as fast as we can. So, all right, folks, listen, I'm Raja, I'm okay. Listen, if Raja comes up in here and I am crying, he immediately wants to know what's wrong because he'd be ready to fight people. Oh, he makes me laugh. Hey, Teresa. All right. So I will be, right. He'd be ready 100%. So I will be, he'd be ready to throw hands. So I will be back tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow. It's almost time for the kiddos to come in here. So I am going to go. Alhamdulillah, Raja. I appreciate you, Abu Siraj, and Island Boy and Zena.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are welcome.
Much love. You're part of my daily grounding.
I appreciate it. Also, you guys, Abu Siraj is going live at 3 p.m. He gives updates from Gaza.
4 p.m. 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
is the new time.
4 p.m. is the new time. So make sure that you're following Abu Siraj and that you tune in at 4 p.m. because he gives a lot of updates and information from in Gaza because he's in Gaza. So it's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. So TikTok, please, Eastern Standard, Merlot, do me a favor, TikTok. Can you go up here to this green heart, make sure that you hit it again and grab all of your points so that they count for the day. Substack, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I appreciate you all for joining tremendously. Be on the lookout. I have some clips from yesterday that I'm going to post, and I will download this one as well. TikTok,